As you know, each year, First Tech Challenge creates a new and challenging game for teams to learn and compete in. We're going to take a very brief season look at Into the Deep. Cue the video.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2024 to 2025 season game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. Two alliances of two teams each compete to retrieve and score samples into net zones, low baskets, and high baskets. Human players assemble clips onto samples to create specimens, which can be scored on the low chambers or high chambers. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. The last 30 seconds of teleop is the end game. Robots may continue scoring samples and specimens, but can earn additional points by contacting the low rung, achieving a low-level ascent or high-level ascent, or parking in the observation zone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
Friends, that brings us to the moment we've all been waiting here. Welcome, on behalf of the Excelsior region, to the Jorgensen Fieldhouse at MVCC. Teams, for the last time this season, are you ready to dive into the deep? Let's get this thing started. Match 1, cue here. Match 2, cue there. We'll be with you in just a minute.
Alrighty, as we get ready to start off qualification match number 1, let's meet our teams. Starting with the Red Alliance from Corning, New York, it's team 5485 GorillaBots. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 12331 Scarsdale Robo Raiders. Over on the Blue Alliance from Corning, New York, it's team 5484 the Enderbots. And joining them on the Blue Alliance from Clinton, New York, it's team 6347 Nerds of a Feather.
And one thing we've got here, Jerry, in match number 1 is two teams that know each other very well. This is something that we can bring to the storytelling every once in a while. 5484 Enderbots comes from Corning Robotics, as does the team they're facing off against. And blue is blue and red is red here. We've got the GorillaBots 5485, two teams that practice about 12 feet away from each other right off the bat in match number 1.
I swear we didn't plan that. Alrighty, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Red Alliance, we need it.
Thumbs up, Red Alliance. Blue Alliance is ready. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. So let's get qualification match number 1 started in 3, 2, 1.
3 bots come alive here in autonomous.
Indeed, we can see 5484 Enderbots picking up their first samples that were placed on the field, as well as collecting 2 specimens, one preloaded and one from their human player.
Over here in the Red Alliance, I don't think things are going to plan for GorillaBots. They're talking through their autonomous. There's some technical issue, uncharacteristic for them. They've got a pretty high scoring autonomous as Enderbots comes back to fish one more time.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Moving into the teleop period, we have motion from 3 robots so far. And it looks like Scarsdale's back online, so we got all 4 bots in motion.
One thing that you're going to see, the robots tend to play kind of a binary game. You get 1 robot on basket, which is over here where I am on the near side, audience side on red, 1 robot on specimen. So GorillaBots just made quick work of their autonomous samples off the floor. They're now working the high basket.
Indeed. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we can see Nerds of a Feather starting to rack up those samples in the high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Enderbots, seems to be set up in the ascent zone.
Looks like Enderbots is working out technical issues. Scarsdale has their angled lift, scoring specimens on the high chamber. They've got some interesting mechanic there, Jerry, with a tape measure. We'll have to learn more about that as the weekend goes on, as GorillaBots cycles more samples to the high basket. Basket scoring can be the alliance color or the neutral yellow samples.
Indeed, you can see a really interesting design over here on 6347 Nerds of a Feather. They actually have a key-shaped system that's meshing into their specimens, passing it through the robot and up to that linear slide mechanism.
Looks like Gorilla Bots and their partner Scarsdale have overcome some of the early obstacles. Red leads now 120 to 86 in the raw accounting with about 40 seconds left to play. We're 10 seconds from endgame.
No worries, though. Plenty of matches left in the weekend. Lots of time to make up those point differentials. 6-3-47 continuing to score into the high basket as we enter the endgame.
I didn't know what I was looking at originally, but Scarsdale has an internal clip bot. They've got a robot that's capable of being a little assembly line. They just pulled 5, maybe 6 clips off the wall, and now they're going to go back to the sub. They've got just about 12 seconds left. We'll see what they do here.
We can see as we enter the endgame, bots attempting to go for a hang. Enderbots still working with their FTA to get their control system back online. Meanwhile, Nerds of a Feather racking up those points as we end the match. Alrighty, here we have the scores for qualification match number 1. Let's get those scores up on the board. And in qualification match number 1, Red wins with a score of 223 to Blues 94. Let's meet our teams over on field 2 for match 2. Starting off with the Red Alliance. From Tully, New York, it's team 8863 Precision Cut-Ups. And joining them in the red square from Rybrook, New York, it's team 4654 The Jellyfish. Over on the Blue Alliance from Plattsburgh, New York, it's team 8397 Beta. And joining them from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707 Solar Flare. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get match number 2 started in 3, 2, 1.
4 bots in motion right off the bat. Beta goes to the high chamber and scores. Solar Flare now on their second spike mark, 2 to the high basket. Can they get 3? They can.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Jellyfish immediately scoring their preloaded specimen and racking up a second one out of their human player station. Will they get that third? Very close, but unfortunately not. No worries, though. It's in a wonderful position as we enter the teleop period.
Massively impressive from Solar Flare. They went back to the sub 3 times. They went to the sub 3 times for random sampling during autonomous. They're going to be a strong, strong partner all weekend long if they can stay healthy.
Indeed. Over here on the Red Alliance, Precision Cut-Ups with a very fast internal cycle mechanism, racking up those points in the high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 4654 Jellyfish, working with their human player to align to pick up those additional samples and specimens.
Solar Flare keeps working the high basket. Blue leads 155 to 68, now 163, that is, with 130 remaining. We've got Beta, human player, stockpiling samples, converting to specimens. We can watch Beta for a late game push on the high chamber.
This could be a pretty close match, especially considering it appears that most of these bots are able to hang.
You may see some incidental contact between the bots. If you're unfamiliar with FTC, it is not battle bots, no chainsaws, flamethrowers, or anything of the rest, but things can still get exciting. Defensive play and some contact is permitted. We've got 50 seconds left, 20 to endgame. As Beta comes back, they've got 4 more specimens racked and stacked on the wall.
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Precision Cut-Ups has a very fast linear slide system that they're using on their bot. That enables them to be quick on the cycle, as you can see, racking up those points in that high basket.
And Jerry, as we settle into endgame here, we know that we're going to see certain bot archetypes as the weekend goes by. Cut-Ups there with an active intake with their surgical tube fingers. Meanwhile, we've got a couple gripper bots out here as well. 20 seconds left, 267 to 194. Definitely our highest score so far on match 2.
You can see good communication between all the alliances as bots end up trying to hang. We have 4 bots attempting a hang. Let's see where we settle.
Looks like we've got 3 swinging free.
That, I can't tell on Beta if that is a hang or not. We'll leave that one up to the refs.
That was a beautiful match. Beautiful, beautiful. 285, 210 in the raw counting. We've got to get those hangs in. We will check back with a score after we get the okay from our scorekeepers.
All right, let's get the scores for match number 2 up on the board.
This could be a high one.
For qualification match number 2. Blue wins with a score of 315 to Red's 220.
And that's an excellent composite score as well. What, 535? 2 high-scoring alliances. I'm going to do a quick fact check on the current Excelsior record. It's up in the 350s, I believe. 356 is the mark to beat, 356. Current world record is 458. 458 set by Team Utica and their partners in India last Saturday. 458. We'll see if we get to those elite levels here at Excelsior at MVCC this weekend.
Alrighty, as we get ready for qualification match number 3, let's meet our teams. Mixing it up, starting with the Blue Alliance from Peekskill, New York. It's team 4243, the Iron Devils. And joining them on the Blue Alliance from Hopewell Junction, New York, it's 16700 J-Bots.
And they will be facing off from the Albany Academies in Albany, New York. It's team 4809 Botman. They're partnered in the red driver box with 21580. It's the Warwick Wildcats. We are going to keep things moving. So, alliances, Blue Alliance, we're looking for a thumbs up. Thumbs up. Excellent. Red Alliance, Botman, we're going to let you plug in your controller. Take time.
We can see it is important, especially with these autonomous modes, that everybody is properly aligned and ready to go.
Awesome. Referees, we're looking for a thumbs up, and scorekeeper Jay. Excellent. We will count down match number 3 on field number 1 here in 3, 2, 1.
At the start of the match, we can see J-Bots immediately scoring that first specimen and swinging a sample back to their human player.
Wildcats go back to the first spike mark for their second sample, an internal gripper handoff to the high basket. They make it. 4809 Botman, they came up just short of their first specimen to the high chamber. We'll see how they work out in teleop.
J-Bot scoring a second.
Just heard from the red box. That was close. Wildcats came in just on the edge of the basket to get their third sample in autonomous. As we move into teleop, 2 minutes of gameplay in front of us.
And we can see over on the Blue Alliance, J-Bots is a really interesting system. They actually have a rotating claw that's going in to pick up those samples. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 4243, also with a remarkably similar system. You can see in FTC especially, we end up with that kind of convergent evolution. Cycling a little bit slower, but racking up those points in the high goal. Oh my goodness, I see 16700 appears to have lost their entire intake assembly.
Oh no.
That
is going to leave a mark.
That's going to be hard for them to work with. They do have a solution though. You can see they're using that second hook to continue to score, dragging around that lower piece by these servo cables.
It's lucky that they got those 4 samples stacked and racked first, Jerry. We'll see if they can hang. Wildcats goes back to the sub. They're looking to keep, they're going with their basket gameplay. Botman goes in for their third specimen. Unfortunately, scoring number 3, they knock
FTA
off
to Red
number 2.
Alliance, Blue Alliance, FTA Blue Alliance.
Botman comes back for a third specimen, that is. They've got 2 more in the observation zone. 40 seconds to go.
J-Bot's currently working with the FTA to restore their connectivity issues. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Iron Devils, continues to score points for their alliance.
Wildcat goes to the top bar. If they do suspend off of this, it'll count as a level 2 ascent. They have to stay there for the next 21 seconds or so. Meanwhile, Botman comes for 1 more specimen. Both Blue Alliance bots look to be stalled in their tracks, unfortunately. 91 to 92 with 7 seconds to go. This is a close one.
It's going to be a real close game.
Nice, efficient hang from Botman.
That's going to be a very close match.
We have a score for qualifying match number 3. We're going to call it out from pit admin here with our lead scorekeeper, Jay. Send it.
And in qualification match number 3, Red wins with a score of 130 to Blues 105. Very close match there.
Jerry, let's meet these teams.
Alrighty, let's get ready to meet the teams for match number 4. Starting off from Cross River, New York, it's team 20203 Vulcan Robotics. And joining them on the Red Alliance from West Fulton, New York, it's team 27239 West Fulton Firebots.
Over on the blue side of things, we've got 13371. It's the Sendy Sandstoners from Potsdam High School. They are partnered with team 22612. It's New Wave from the Syracuse Academy of Science. We're looking to the Red Alliance for a thumbs up. Firebots, we got thumbs up both. Folks on the Blue Alliance, excellent. Referees as well, thumbs up all the way around. And Jerry, I'll send it to you to kick it off.
Scorekeeping is ready, so let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
We got 4 bots in motion. Sendy gets their first specimen on the high chamber. Meanwhile, New Wave goes to the high basket.
We could see over on the Red Alliance, Vulcan unfortunately dropping their specimen outside of the arena. No worries though, plenty of time to fix that as they continue to pick up those from the field.
Vulcan's retrieval in the sub there. I'm not sure if that's a vision system or just color sensing. Beautiful work out of the sub. Now, fans here in the house or online, if you're seeing the scores double or increase right when we convert to teleop, it's because blocks scored during autonomous score again in teleop. The scoring system takes care of that automatically. Checking in with New Wave, they're at the high basket, dropping another yellow sample up there. Meanwhile, Sendy comes to life, sweeping a sample to the observation zone for their human player to convert to a specimen.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Vulcan Robotics ferociously feeding their human player in order to keep those specimens coming. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the West Fulton Firebots, filling up those high goals.
One of the things that I like about the Sendy bot here, 13371 on the near side, blue, they've got their wiring harness out to their gripper, spooled around a 3D printed, spool, and the electrical system moves in and out with their pitching linear slides. Really, really clever engineering from these students.
It's been super interesting to see their progression as well. Initially, they didn't have that, and they were having some issues with controlling the spooling of those cables. So nice to see those changes as we move into the state finals.
Jerry, right now we're 120 to 113 with 40 seconds to go. This is incredible.
Still anybody's game. We can see Vulcan Robotics seems to have become entangled with a specimen wrapping around their control cables. Hopefully they're able to get that fixed or just leave it and enter the end game.
We've got New Wave harvesting out of the sub. It looks like one half of their gripper is non-functional. We'll see if they can still hang here in endgame. Teams can score a level 1, 2, or 3 ascent. We see West Fulton going up. I saw this on social media earlier this morning. The West Fulton, this is just an incredible mechanism.
That is
as it goes up.
2 level 2 hangs over on
and check out Sendy on the back. Double
and
threes.
They're both going for the level 3.
Yes!
That is 2 level 3 ascents.
2 third-level ascents. We've not seen that, I think, yet in Excelsior. Well done. Well done.
Wow.
That is absolutely phenomenal. And it's only match 4, Jerry. Anything can happen this weekend. 138 to 113 in the final accounting. If the referees count those, each one of those would be worth 30 points on the level 3 ascent. We'll leave that, as we always do, to the referees, but things are looking pretty great for both of those teams. Wow. We've got scores, Jay says, from the backfield, if you're good for it, Jerry.
Alrighty, let's get those scores for qualification match 4 up on the board. And in qualification match number 4, Blue wins with a score of 183 to Reds 146.
Those black squares off the end of teams' numbers, those are their ranking positions in the competition. We'll get much more into that tomorrow, but you can pay attention. We do have a field of 32 teams here. 7 are going to advance to postseason play at various events.
Starting off with the Red Alliance. From Fayetteville, New York, it's team 4957, the FM Hornets. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Buffalo, New York, it's team 12736, Electric Mayhem Green. Over on the Blue Alliance from Penfield, New York, it's team 6996, Oncoming Storm. And joining them on the Blue, it's team 720, Mecha Spartans. Alrighty, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Alright, immediately we can see 3 bots on the move. Oncoming Storm scoring their first specimen for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance has 1 on the board, working with their human player to get that specimen prepared. Meanwhile, Electric Mayhem Green appears to have stopped their autonomous. No worries, though, plenty of time left in the match. Meanwhile, Oncoming Storm scoring a second specimen over on the Blue Alliance. Entering the autonomous period, the score is 40-20 Blue.
Oncoming Storm scores specimen on the high chamber. (74-20) working on their basket play in the backfield with their active intake.
We see another really cool cable management design being used by FM Hornets with what appears to be a slinky being used to police up those cables and keep them in place on this really cool cantilevering mechanism that they have going on for their intake.
Takes me back to my spiral-bound notebooks in high school.
Indeed. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Electric Mayhem Green, cycling through this really cool 2-phase pickup system using this kind of gantry that goes up, passed through from their intake.
One thing we want to really emphasize is the power of great communication for these alliances. The Oncoming Storm human player doing a great job talking to the drive team, making sure that the bot is aligned to retrieve these specimens. Really effective. That can make all the difference in the world. It's good communication amongst the team.
Oncoming Storm racking up a hurricane of specimens you can see over there.
I see what you did there.
Indeed. Really interesting. You can see they're actually loading them upside down onto that bar. Back on the Red Alliance, bots working steadily to score those specimens.
74-20 goes back to the high basket with their intake. They've got a cool 3D printed trough that aligns the samples for a handoff. Endgame 132-69, advantage Blue.
Just look at that gorgeous art on the side of Mecha Spartan's spot there. You can see those fully painted side panels. Awesome.
As we've come to see in the first few matches, we're getting teams prepared to ascend the submersible. Electric Mayhem Green goes to a level 2, puts their controller down. Looks like they're happy with that. Oncoming Storm appears to be up. Head referee Bradley goes to the floor to check out 74-20 on your side, Jerry.
Yeah, that is definitely off the ground. Not sure if they're going to count that as a level 2 or level 3 hang. It is supported by the level 2 bar. It is off the ground. We just got the call from the referees.
All it takes is
you see that fraction of an inch. Alrighty, let's get the scores from qualification match 5 up on the board. And in match number 5, Blue wins with a score of 162 to Red's 94. Alrighty, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 6. Starting with the Blue Alliance, we have team 5356 TARDIS. And joining them in the blue square from Suffern, New York, it's 7486 Suffern Robotics.
Over here with me on the Red Alliance, we've got team 6454 from Binghamton, New York. It's Saints Robotics. And I'm going to take just the briefest moment of personal privilege. I want to make sure that I got my fact checking straight, but we all here in Excelsior need to welcome, in their rookie season, appearing at championships, friends, everyone in the house, won't you give it up for 27364, the Battery Battalion.
Alrighty, and with that, Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance is ready. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
We've got 2 bots alive so far. Saints goes to the high chamber. Oh, no, it falls over. So you can stop. Teams are allowed to stop their programs during autonomous this year. We'll have to see if they can recover from that.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, TARDIS seems to be flinging their specimens all over the place. They've got 1 on the board, 1 in the bot. Hopefully they're able to get that out. As a reminder, you are not allowed to be in control of more than 1 of those at a time.
10-10 with kind of an unusual start here as Saints looks to right itself. Battery Battalion, I think, coming in to lend a hand. Can they do it?
Oh.
Can they right their partners?
Oh.
This could be the difference in the match.
Hey, look at that.
Beautiful gameplay. That's our rookies right there, friends. That's our rookies. All right. We
That is
are,
gonna
let's
be-
see, 31-20 in the early going, Jerry.
We're going to see that on Top 25 later. Over here on the Blue Line, 7486, Stuff from Robotics. Good communication between their drivers, trying to get everything under control. But let's get an FTA over here to give them a hand.
Saints starts working the basket. They're going to the samples off the spike marks remaining from autonomous. It looks like Battalion is high centered, or was. Do they still have a sample under there, or did they let it go? Teams can only control 1 at a time, or else you'll incur fouls every 5 seconds.
We can see over here on the Blue Line, 7486 appears to only be able to go in reverse. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved.
Yeah, Battalion's getting creative this match. They can see that they've got a sample underneath, so they decided to get to the second level rung. I think they're seeing if they can get it out from under them and then resume teleop, Jerry. I'm not sure how things look over there.
Yeah, it sure looks like that. We can see the beautiful wheel covers that they have over those Mecanum wheels are unfortunately preventing them from being able to kind of skid their way out from on top of that sample.
Want to give them all the shouts out in the world for creative thinking.
Indeed. We can see over here on the Blue Lines, 5356 TARDIS racking up those samples as we enter the end game.
Teams can go for a level 1, level 2, or level 3 ascent here in the final 15 seconds or so.
We can see 7486 has that dual tape measure mechanism, which does have the unfortunate disadvantage of getting damaged pretty easily once those measures buckle. We can see 3 robots hanging. I don't know, it's going to be up on the Red Alliance as to whether that is 2 or 3.
I remember game calling Saints. I think they were at Broad Albin, Perth. And every time they hung, Bradley had to hit the floor and make sure that they were really ascended. It's just Saints. It's very on brand for Saints. We love that. We are ready with a score from the previous match. That's match number 6. Jay, push it. For match number 6 at the regional championship, the match goes to the Blue Alliance. That's 136 points to 58. Hey friends, let's give it up for 69-55. It's the Robovines from Ballston Spa, New York. They are partnered from the John Jay Metro Complex. It's team 10-9-49. It's the Mob.
Over here on the Blue Alliance from Watkins Glen, New York, it's team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown. And joining them from Buffalo, New York, it's 12737 Electric Mayhem White. So with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
4 bots come alive as expected. Oh no, Mob comes up short with their first specimen. They're going to harvest off the spike marks out to their human player as Robovines comes in. They've missed their first 2 high basket samples. We'll see if they can make number 3. They do.
We can see over here on the Blue Alliance, Electric Mayhem White has those very bright LEDs off on the side of their robot. Those appear to be for their vision system to be able to identify both the April tags as well as any samples of specimens around the field. They do have a sample jammed in their intake, but hopefully they're able to get that resolved as we enter the driver control period.
Teams are only allowed to possess their alliance color or the yellow neutrals. So you may see some strategy played out as teams look to harvest yellow samples off the floor to prevent the opposing alliance from getting them. Mob is doing a little bit of a dance here, 10-9-49, as they go to the submersible for the very first time, extending their, they've got a sample stuck in. They'll see how much they can do to dance out of this situation. Meanwhile, their partners, Robovines, brings another sample to their human player in the observation zone. They've got 3 specimens, now 4, on the wall.
Really interesting to see kind of the design meta that's happening here today. All 4 of these bots actually using enclosed Mecanum wheels, 3 of which are simply these big fender pieces we have over top. Interesting to see kind of that convergent design as we get to this level of competition. All 4 bots continuing to rack up points. Electric Mayhem White communicating very well with their driver coach. Seems like they have some newer drivers. No worries though, they are absolutely killing it here. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Mechanical Meltdown scoring the first specimen for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, this is a strategy we've seen play out across Excelsior and the world all season long. Do you alternate and harvest and score, or do you load up your observation zone with a bunch of specimens and score late in the game? Both MechMelt and Robovines are playing that same late game strategy right now.
Yeah, we can see Robovines actually running into an issue there. They can't find enough space to get that next specimen on there as we enter the end game.
Good communication from the Robovines human player Norris, who's calling out 20 seconds to the drive team, making them aware of the game situation and flow. Mob has their hooks up to go for at least a level 2 ascent. We'll see if they make room for Robovines.
We can see that dual purpose mechanism on Electric Mayhem White. Their intake is also their hang mechanism. Oh.
So unfortunately, it looks like the Mob's woes continue. Their slide slipped out there, their horizontal extendo, and is in contact with the ground. It could be a level 1 ascent. We'll see what the referees have to say.
We'll see over here as well. 1, 2, 8, 3, 3. Mechanical Meltdown completing their hang as that buzzer rang. That's up to the refs to decide. Let's get scores for match number 7 up on the board. And in qualification match number 7, Red wins with a score of 125 to Blues 92.
Couple fouls in there didn't change the outcome of the game, but it's something for us to talk about tomorrow morning.
Alrighty, starting off qualification match number 8 with the Red Alliance. Is it Breezeport? All right. From Breezeport, New York, it's team 17222 Proda. And joining them from Port Chester, New York, it's team 18 Techno Chicks. You know, we talked about high numbers earlier. Now we're starting to see those low numbers. Techno Chicks been in the game about as long as anybody here. And over on the Blue Alliance from Mamaroneck, New York, it's team 14903 Sharkbots. Joining them from Red Hook, New York, it's team 6567 Robo Raiders. Real Hudson region get-together happening down here. These are all downstate teams making the trek up to Utica today.
They are, and these are, again, 4 teams within the region that know each other very well. This will be our last match for the evening before we get out of here. So let's check in with our Blue Alliance. Looking for thumbs from Raiders and Sharks. Excellent. Red Alliance, Proda, Chicks, thumbs up. Thank you very much. Referees, we're looking for a thumbs up. Jay, we've got the thumbs up. Jerry, I'll turn it over to you, buddy.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Raiders and Sharks come alive. Raiders loses their high basket sample, but we'll see, and they miss on the spike mark as well. Sharks harvesting all their samples off the floor, returning to their human player. They come up short on a second specimen. Jerry?
We can see over on this side, both Proda and Chicks on the move. Proda, unfortunately, missing that first specimen, getting 1 on the board, but falling just short for picking up another one from their human player. Techno Chicks attempting to score in the high basket, missing it, but no worries, they are parked.
Sharkbots goes 4 for 5 on specimens with a beautiful little pirouette. 112-24 as we kick over into Teleop in our last match of the evening at the championships.
Entering Teleop over here, we can see Proto scoring that second specimen up on the high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Techno Chicks, lining up to accept more specimens from their human player.
Sharkbots has a really lovely pivoting grip that they are harvesting samples with out of the bottom of the sub. They cleared their high chamber bar. We've seen different teams have to contend with making space. We are aggressively scoring here for 14903, or harvesting, that is. They are racking and stacking specimens for late in the game.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we can see Proto absolutely racking up those specimens. There's some great communication happening between the human players over here. We can see both players in the Red Alliance communicating very well about routes of access, who's going to be using the human player next, and general kind of feed schedules.
I think over here with the Sharkbots 14903, we're seeing a masterclass in not practicing till you get it right, but practice till you can't get it wrong. The dance that they are performing with their human player is just masterful. We've got now 5 specimens, no 6 on the high chamber.
And we can see 8 over here on the Red Alliance specimens on that high bar. Like I said, time and time again, as we move into these kind of final matches for the season here in the Excelsior region, we get some very advanced robots.
Looks like Raiders recognizing that they've got that stuck sample. They're just taking a little tour of the field, Jerry, maybe playing some defense.
Alrighty, entering the end game here. Let's see if any of these bots decide to hang versus park or continue to score points through the end game.
Sharks is now scoring its 14th sample, and you know, they say just for good measure, give us a, specimen, now score a sample to the high basket. We'll see if they can pull it off in 6 seconds. Will they go? Nope, they go for the hang instead. Can they get up?
Quite
Yes,
a
they
format
can.
there.
Wow.
Wow. That is quite a hang. We can see over here from Proto, they initially actually lined up backwards on how they wanted their hang to go. No worries though, they were able to save it and actually maintain at least a level 2 hang.
Let's turn it over to Jerry and Jay for the scores for match number 8.
All right, we got the scores for match number 8. Let's get those pushed to the board now. And in qualification match number 8, Blue wins with a score of 245 to Reds 139.
Excellent, excellent work. Hey, let's give a hand to all the teams for their first match this evening, breaking the ice, getting us started at the Utica Excelsior Championships.
Alrighty, as we get set up for qualification match number 9, let's meet our teams. Starting with the Red Alliance from Warwick, New York, it's team 21580 Warwick Wildcats. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Plattsburgh, New York, team 8397 Beta.
We've got over here on the Blue Alliance this morning, team 7420. It's the Mecha Spartans. And they are paired up with 27239. It's our West Fulton Firebots.
Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get the first match of the day, qualification match 9, started in 3, 2, 1.
4 bots have had their coffee this morning. Fulton goes to the high chamber for their first score of the day, coming back to their human player in the OZ.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Beta picking up their first specimen, attempting to pick up their first specimen from their human player, successfully scoring 1 on the high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Warwick Wildcats scoring in the high basket 2 samples.
Early advantage red, 55-23 as we come into Teleop. 7420 has a dangling wire coming off of their top gripper. We'll have to see how that works out for them play-wise in Teleop. Meanwhile, Fulton is harvesting samples off the floor, bringing them to the human players. Those will get converted to specimens to hang later.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Beta rapidly feeding their human player additional samples to turn into specimens. You can see them actually banking all of those specimens over in their human player area.
Checking in with the Mecha Spartans, they're having some power issues as Fulton comes back to the OZ. They get their now third specimen going to the high chamber. They're going to score that. They do, 3 up. Coming back to the OZ for 1 more. It's a 4-3 lead on the high chambers. Looking across at the Red Alliance, Beta is racked and stacked with 4 more specimens on the wall. Mecha Spartans' power woes continue.
We did just get the call from Mecha Spartans that they are out of battery. They're attempting to restart, but it sounds like they're going to be sitting the rest of this match right where they are at the moment.
And Jerry not scolding anybody with 56 qualification matches on tap today. Teams are going to need to stay healthy all day long.
Indeed, and plenty of time to make up for any issues earlier in the game. As we enter the end game here, we can see Warwick Wildcats completing their level 2 hang. Let's see if they'll go for level 3.
And this Fulton bot, 27-239, is doing yoga on its way up the submersible. Inverting and reverting, uninverting. Look at that. 3rd level ascent. Beautiful work. Wildcats goes for a level 2 hang.
We have over here on the Red Alliance, Beta appears to have had their driver station actually die on them. They have a backup battery running it right now. At the end of the game, that is 2 hanging robots. And 2 robots hanging out on the field.
Looks like advantage red, 149-77 in the raw. We're going to wait for those ascent scores to come in for the final tally. Checking in with Jay at the home office. We've got a score for match number 9. Send it, Jay. First gameplay of the day here on day 2 at the Excelsior Region Championship. Red wins. It's a score of 164-107. Clean game, no fouls. You'll see those black boxes off the end of the team numbers. Those indicate current rankings. We're going to see those pitch and change all day long as teams look to punch their ticket to eliminations.
Alrighty, let's get ready to meet our teams over here for qualification number 10 on field 2. Starting off from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707 Solar Flare. And joining them from Potsdam, New York, it's team 13371 Sendy Sandstoners.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, we've got one of our older teams in the region. It's team 5485, the Gorilla Bots from Corning Robotics. And they are paired up with our rookie team. It's the Battery Battalion. That's team 27364.
Alrighty, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get qualification match number 10 started in 3, 2, 1.
Gorilla Bots misses on their first specimen as they go up to the high chamber. It looks like they might have suffered a disconnect here. 27364 Battery Battalion, no signs of life. We'll look for them to come alive in teleop.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we can see Sendy Sandstoners missing their first specimen, placing their second. Good recovery over there. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Solar Flare, continuing to fill up that high basket. We can see Solar Flare and Battery Battalion seem to become entangled.
Battery Battalion's got their gripper internal to the Solar Flare bot at this time. Hopefully they can come together, work it out.
Uh-oh.
And now Solar Flare, there we go.
There we go.
Hopefully these bots can recover.
Looks like minimal damage on both bots. That's a good sign as we still have over a minute left in the game.
Gorilla Bots, meanwhile, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the high basket here in teleop as their partner's Battery Battalion goes for a high basket as well.
Lots of contact over here on the Red Alliance, continuing to score those specimens on that high rail.
Red advantage 172-80 at this
teams continuing to score those specimens on that high bar over here with 13371 Sandy Sandstoners. Meanwhile, Solar Flare, their alliance partner, communicated very well with them before the start of the game, deciding to only go for those goals to not get in each other's way.
Jerry, it looks like that early entanglement didn't result in any long-term damage to these bots, thankfully.
All right, we got bots getting ready to hang. That is a level 3 hang from Sandy.
Nicely done.
And at least level 2 hangs from both of the Blue Alliance robots.
We'll check on the score from match 10, Jerry.
Yeah, let's get the score for the prior match up on the board. And in qualification match number 10, Red wins with a score of 266 to Blues 152. That leaves 25707 as the #1 ranked team here this morning. Let's get ready to meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Clinton, New York, its team 6347 Nerds of a Feather. And joining them from Penfield, New York, it's 6996 Oncoming Storm. Over on the Blue Alliance from Corning, New York, it's team 5356 TARDIS. And joining them from Crossroad, New York, it's 10949 Mob. With that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Oncoming Storm goes to the highest chamber with their first specimen. Nerds was alive. It looks like they've stopped, though, as Oncoming Storm harvests more samples to their human player for the Red Alliance. Two to the high chamber for the Red Alliance now. That'll be good for 40 points total, 10 and 10.
Back over here on the Blue Alliance, we can see 5356 TARDIS scoring 2 in the high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 10949 Mob, suffering a disconnect, working with the FTA. Seems they're back online now as we enter the teleop period.
And it looks like we're missing the audio from the scoring system, so we'll be sure to call out endgame to make sure teams know where that is, Jerry.
That was a very hard collision from Mob. They suffered another disconnect. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved with the help of our lovely FTAs over here. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, TARDIS, holding down the fort, picking up another sample. Really interesting mechanism we see there on TARDIS, utilizing those compliant wheels to suck in their samples.
Nerds is grabbing samples off the floor from the spike marks, doing high basket play while Oncoming Storm keeps working the chamber. Third specimen for the Red Alliance, as Nerds is going to put 8 points on the board here at the high basket.
TARDIS picking up their first specimen from their alliance, going for a second.
5 specimens from Oncoming Storm on the high chamber for Red. Red leads 97 to 52.
Meanwhile, Mob appears to be having issues with their driver hub. They're going to see if they can switch that out before the next game, but they may be dead in the water for the remainder of this match. No worries, though. Plenty of time left for gameplay here in Utica.
Oncoming Storm with 7 specimens now in the high chamber, leading the Blue Alliance. Looks like they've only got 6 over there. 133 to 92.
As we enter the end game. We can see 53-56 continuing to score into that high goal, picking up from the field.
Oncoming Storm answers with another specimen on the high chamber. Nerds and Storm trying to negotiate the level 2 ascent bar here on the submersible. Nerds comes back to the high basket for one more. They got tangled with it.
Bot's getting ready to hang with just 3 seconds left in the match. That is 2 level 2 hangs. One for each alliance as we end the match.
151 to 118. We'll wait for the ascents to come in. Let's check in with scorekeeper Jay. We've got a score from match number 11. Go ahead and push it, Jay.
And in qualification match number 11, Red wins with a score of 166 to Blues 133. Alrighty, it seems all four teams are back on the mat, so let's reintroduce them as we get ready for this match. From Suffern, New York, it's team 7486, Suffern Robotics. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Corning, New York, it's 5484, the Enderbots.
We've got team 8863, it's Precision Cut-Ups. And they are partnered with team 2203 from Cross River, it's Vulcan Robotics.
Alrighty, with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance?
Not quite.
Ready? Alex says yes.
Alex says yes. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Vulcan and Cut-Ups come alive over here on the Blue Alliance. One of the high basket, one of the high chamber. Vulcan comes back with another sample to their human player in the observation zone.
Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, Enderbots picking up 2 out of the 3 pre-praised samples, scoring 2 specimens on that high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Suffern Robotics, has scored 1 in the high goal and has parked.
Vulcan comes up short on 2 specimens, but gets the 4th, so they're 2 for 4 in that play, and they get a park to the OZ.
That is the end of the driver control, end of the autonomous period as we enter the driver control period.
We need more sound on the scoreboard audio, please.
Start of the driver control period, Suffern Robotics picking up the first sample pre-placed on the field. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Enderbots, going into the Ascender for additional samples. How's the Red Alliance looking?
Red Alliance basket play for the Precision Cut-Ups. It looks like they've got 6 up there. Vulcan's back, harvesting specimens, or samples that is, from the bottom of the submersible. Got to be careful here with their gripper. They just plowed right into that wall. They've got 4 racked and stacked, ready to go to the high chamber.
We've got zip ties dropping over here on the Red Alliance. Hopefully that's nothing important, just cable management. Suffern Robotics attempting to score in that high basket. Let's see if they can make it to the low basket.
Cut-Ups, consistent basket play. They've been like this all season. Has Blue out to a commanding lead, 185 to 64, 175 now with 1 minute to play.
Over here on the Red Alliance, it appears that Enderbots has actually gotten a sample stuck inside their gear teeth. No worries though, they have that dislodged as of now.
We come up here on Endgame. There it is, Endgame, Endgame, Endgame.
At the start of Endgame, all 4 bots continuing to score points. 7486 Suffern Robotics lining up for their hang. Let's see if that specimen on the ground is going to affect them at all.
Vulcan with 6 specimens up on the high chamber.
Bots getting ready to hang. We have 2 bots making their way up into the air. Oh my goodness. It appears that Suffern's tape measure has sheared off.
I think they're leaving that for Bradley as a memento. 253 to 94 in the raw accounting. We'll wait for the ascents to come in as usual.
Alrighty, let's get the scores for the previous qualification match up on the board.
Hey, Adrian. We see match number 12. It's going to go over to the Blue Alliance with a score of 271 to 112. Again, that record in the Excelsior region, 354. The world record, 458 at this point. That was set last weekend in India. Jerry, over there on the Blue Alliance, I think there's 2 teams you might need to introduce each other. They've never met before.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys have ever crossed paths. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have 12736 Electric Mayhem Green, joined by 12737 Electric Mayhem White.
We've got over on the Red Alliance, it's team 16-7000. It's the J-Bots. And they are partnered with team 6567. It's our Robo Raiders.
It's clear the Electric Mayhems love us because they have conveniently color coordinated their robots, so I don't need to look at my sheet for any of this. Alrighty, as we get ready for this qualification match, Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready?
Referees, how we looking? And Jay, the scorekeepers, we're good. Jerry, take it.
Alrighty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. 4 bots in motion right at the start of the match. Blue Alliance immediately scoring 1 on the high goal. Electric Mayhem White attempting to hang off that high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Electric Mayhem Green, scoring 2 specimens on that high bar.
Just got an excited, yes, it's working from 65-67 here. They go 4 samples into the high basket. Beautiful work here in Autonomous. Meanwhile, J-Bots comes up a little bit short on their specimen play. 2 on the high chamber, 52-38, early lead for Red. And away we go, 107-76.
We've got some excellent driver coaching and coordination happening between both Electric Mayhem and Green and White over here, working real closely to make sure that their paths are not going to cross too much and that they are both able to continue to score efficiently.
J-Bots goes to the bottom of the submersible looking to harvest red samples while Robo Raiders comes up high. Another basket play, looks like they've got 6 there now.
Electric Mayhem Green scoring 2 more specimens on that high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Mayhem White picking up from the field to score in the high goal.
Raiders comes back for more basket plays. J-Bots is looking for red samples in the bottom. They are racking and stacking samples, 2 specimens on the wall with their human player. 1:15 left here in match number 13.
Interesting to see the strategy difference between the teams here with Mayhem Green and White focusing more FTA over to the Blue Alliance, with the Blue Alliance focusing more on scoring on that high bar. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance focusing on scoring in the high goal.
It looks like we've got a disconnect or error on the driver control hub for Robo Raiders as well. 65-67 looking to come back alive. We'll take another FTA. 50 seconds remaining, 139-104 advantage Red as they go back to the high chamber.
With 15 seconds left to end game, 12736, Electric Mayhem Green continuing to score those specimens on the high bar. Meanwhile, Mayhem White tossing those Alliance neutral samples right through the robot as we enter the end game.
Robo Raiders has that disconnect, but it looks like J-Bot's strong play on the front side, harvesting samples, set them up for success on the high chamber. They've got 8 specimens up there. J-Bots goes back to the bottom for 1 more. We'll see if they go for a hang as well.
Not to worry, though. It appears that Robo Raiders are in a very good position, not blocking anything as we enter the hang period. Mayhem Green and White both attempting to hang with just seconds left in the game. Let's see how they'll make it.
J-Bots gets 1 more in the basket right before the buzzer. 207-122. Looks like you got 2 bots in the air over there, Jerry.
That is 2 bots at level 2 hang. We just heard the call from the refs. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, no hanging robots. All right, let's get the scores for qualification match 13 up on the board. And in match number 13, Red wins with a score of 215 to Blues 152.
Excellent. Let's get started with match number 14. Over here with me on the Blue Alliance from Breezeport, New York, it's 17-222. It's Team Proto. And in a wonderfully specific homage to this season's theme, let me introduce to you Team 4654 from way down deep. It's the Jellyfish.
Over here on the Red Alliance from Scarsdale, New York, it's Team 12331, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders. And joining them in the black and green, it's Team 6955 Robo Vines.
Jerry, you got to watch out for Scarsdale. They've got that clip bot, that automated bot over there, really something special on the Red Alliance.
Oh yeah, he is locked and loaded, ready to go to get those specimens made. And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, thumbs up.
Referees.
And Jay.
Alrighty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Proto goes to the high chamber as Jellyfish goes to the high basket. Both successful. Jellyfish comes up short on their second sample. We'll see how Proto does with their human player here in the OZ.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we can see the Scarsdale Robo Raiders are parked in their human player zone. Meanwhile, the Robovines attempted to pick up and score in that basket, unfortunately suffering some kind of issue. No worries though, they are in a very good position as we enter Teleop.
The team here from Twin Tiers Christian super happy with their performance on specimens. We'll tell you why in a second.
3, 2, 1.
Jerry, I've been following this Proto team all season long. They're down near me in Corning, and they have a second generation bot here. This bot's brand new for champs, and they're feeling pretty good this morning with its early performance.
Yeah, we can see as well, Proto has a sample that has flown out of the field sitting right there. Nice and easy access for them to set up. Meanwhile, Robovines appears to be having some kind of issue with their linear slide mechanism. Still attempting to score in those high baskets. Meanwhile, Scarsdale Robo Raiders setting up additional specimens to rack up on those bars.
We've got Proto going back to the sub. They've got to be careful. Yep, one possession at a time on their samples. Great work from the drive team. Good communication here in the blue box. Jellyfish takes it high to the high basket again. Really efficient scoring over there from 46-54. 132-11 here with 1 minute to play.
Yeah, over here on the Red Alliance, Scarsdale Robo Raiders appears to be having some control issues. Hopefully they're able to get that all resolved. Their slides seem to not necessarily be behaving how they expect it to.
And if I may, Jerry, on that red one, when it functions, that bot is so cool, it makes the specimens itself. It'll be fun to watch later this afternoon. Jellyfish goes back to the high basket. They've been effective all day. Robovines may be playing a little defense here underneath Proto, but Proto slips in for another specimen.
Yeah, we can see Scarsdale is not doing anything because they have a specimen stuck inside of their robot. They don't want to risk picking up anymore and incurring those penalties. Hopefully they'll be able to hang in the end game.
Proto and Robo getting a little hung up here on the short side of the submersible on the blue end. 15 seconds to go.
We see once again how important those human players and driver coaches are in the success of these teams, coordinating the hang positions for all these teams. We can see 3 robots attempting a hang. It looks like 2 in the air. We'll leave it up to the refs to decide if 46-54 is up or not.
Love to see what Corey and Bradley say here. They're down low, looking at 46-54. Robovines looking pretty clear. Would you believe a cow could fly?
Alrighty, let's get the scores for qualification match number 14 up on the board. And in qualification number 14, Blue wins with a score of 204 to Reds 40.
With that, we turn our focus over to qualification match number 15 on field number 1. And the Blue Alliance from Watkins Glen, New York, we've got with their awesome orange hair, of which I am particularly jealous. It is 12-8-33 Mechanical Meltdown. And they are partnered from the Albany Academies. It's team 4809. Botman.
And over here on the Red Alliance from Mamaroneck, New York, it's team 14903 Sharkbots. Joined by their alliance partner from Syracuse, New York, it's team 22612 New Wave.
All right, we're gonna check in with the Blue Alliance. We're looking for thumbs up from both. We're looking New Wave and Sharks. Thumbs up from both. Red Alliance, New Wave. Solid, excellent, Jerry.
Referees, are you ready? Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Mechanical Meltdown comes alive, going to the high basket with a sample. Yes, they get it. Botman comes up just short on the high chamber. Mechanical Meltdown coming back for sample number 2, tosses it right in the high basket.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we could see that Sharkbots started their autonomous. Unfortunately, doesn't look like they were moving quite how they expected to, so they did stop it early. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, New Wave, is waiting it out until teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Little chuckle from the referees, Jerry, on the little doink from Mech Melt on that plastic piece. That does count as a level 1 park in auto.
Yeah, the little fly swatter bar mechanism. That's a slick little piece they've got going on over there. Back on the Red Alliance over here, we can see we have 2 bots in motion. FTA is going to be needed over for Botman on the blue.
Mech Melt had a perfect autonomous 4 samples to the high basket with their compliant wheels. Now we've got 4 bots healthy. Botman playing a sample game, pushing toward the Blue Alliance human players. Mech Melt comes back to the high basket once again.
We have this beautiful mechanism on Sharkbot's robot. I don't know if you can see there, but that's actually an accordion system that they're using for their cable management on their horizontal linear slide system. Really, really cool design.
And remember, spectators, that incidental contact between the bots and a little bit of pushing and shoving in the bottom of the submersible, completely allowable. The referees keep it in check. There's different rules for how much contact, how much defensive play. Everything we're seeing right now, just beautiful gameplay from these 4 teams.
A lot of that comes down to just how much time the robots are in contact with each other. New Wave appears to be having a little bit of motion issues in getting their drivers nice and oriented and ready for gameplay.
97-96 right now with 45 seconds to go. As you say, Jerry, anybody's game on this one. 107-96.
It's going to be a real close match. All 4 bots on the field today are able to hang. So I think it's all going to come down to the end game here. A lot of the cycle times on these bots are very evenly matched. We can see actually one of the things that happens a lot in first, 14903, running out of space in that high goal from their fast cycle time.
Remember that those ascents, the lower silver bar, 15 points, the high bar, 30 points, as we get our first ascent. That from New Wave, I think, over there?
Yes, that is New Wave with what appears to be a level 2 ascent. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 14903, debating if they're going to hang or go for that goal. They are attempting a level 2 hang. Let's see if... That is a level 2 hang from all 4 bots. Just got the confirmation from the referees. In qualification match number 15.
That match goes to... Oh, there it is, a tie.
It's our first tie of the game, 165 to 165.
So this is where fouls come into it. So a foul went from blue to red, 15 points. It could be 2 fouls, actually. Sorry, it'd be a major and a minor. And that then resulted in the tie. That does happen sometimes.
Yeah, that would be the interlock between those 2 bots would likely result in those foul points. Alrighty, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 16. Starting with the Red Alliance from Binghamton, New York, its team 6454 Saints Robotics. And joining them from Peekskill, New York, it's 4243, the Iron Devils.
And they are facing off against team 4957. It's the Metal Stingers. And our 4th lowest numbered active team in FTC, it's team 18, the Techno Chicks. Good morning, girls. Only teams, I got this last night in trivia, teams 1, 7, and 16 are the other lowest numbered teams across the globe. A little bit of history here in Excelsior.
Indeed. Alrighty, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Signs of life from 3. Will we get 4 here in autonomous?
All right, we can see over here on the Red Alliance 6454 Saints Robotics scoring 2 in their high basket. Will they go for 3? Yes, they will.
Chicks not happy with their lift over here in the high basket. They canceled their auto. We'll look for them to come alive in Teleop. 4957, same thing. They canceled their autonomous on specimen clay.
Saints entering the Teleop period with 4 samples in that high basket.
3, 2, 1.
4 bots alive as Technochicks is going to do some sample play from the bottom of the submersible. They're looking for blue or yellow samples, 1 at a time there. And Metal Stingers comes in, 4957, as they are harvesting blue samples in and out of the observation zone to the human player.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Saints Robotics briefly in control of 2 of those samples. No worries, though. They are converting those to specimens as we speak. racking them up with the help of that human player. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 4243 appears to be having some motion issues with the speed of their macadam wheels. They're losing grip as they move on the mats.
Checking in with Chicks over here. Their lift looks to be offline, so they're doing some ground play, trying to feed the Metal Stingers human player in their partner alliance so that that player can set up specimens for chamber work.
4243 losing their sample out of the back of their intake mechanism. No worries, though. Picking it right back up and dropping it inside of the robot. Hopefully they're able to get that dislodged. Otherwise, they are going to be kind of dead in the water for picking up additional samples over the course of the game.
Really good communication over here with 18 and the Blue Alliance. They're doing a really nice job getting Stinger set up. It looks, though, that the lead that Saints built on your high basket over there with you, Jordan, might be hard to beat.
As we enter the end game, we have 4 bots here getting ready to hang. 4243 setting up for a level 2 hang. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 6454, Saints, also setting up for that level 2, using their macadam wheels to get over that first level 1 plate. Their alliance partner has lost one of their side plates.
Stinger's going for late specimen play here from their human player. We'll see if they switch out. Now the Techno Chicks lift comes up.
Devils appear to have a level 1 hang.
Always got to check with that Saints bot. It just comes off the ground. We'll see what Corey and Bradley, Ted here, the referees, what the call is.
All right, let's get these scores for qualification match number 16 up on the board. And in match number 16, Red wins with a score of 140 to Blues 58. All 58 of the Blues points being scored during the teleop period. Red being distributed a little bit more evenly across auto teleop ascent and general teleop. Alrighty, getting started with qualification 17. Starting off with the Blue Alliance from Penfield, New York. Its team 6996 Oncoming Storm. And joining them from Tullow, New York, it's 8863 Precision Cutups.
And Jerry, it feels like we just saw them, but Electric Mayhem White is back. It's team 12737, Electric Mayhem White from the Nichols School in Buffalo. And they are partnered up with team 13371. It's Ascendi Sandstoners with their level 3 ascent. Look to see that in endgame. We want to check in with the Blue Alliance. Do we have thumbs up, cut-ups, Storm? Excellent. Red Alliance?
Red Alliance.
We're going to wait for Mayhem, and we're getting a wave off from Corey. We're checking the field. We want to make sure all is in order.
One of the things our referees do over the course of the day is make sure that as gameplay continues, our field stays within the spec that first has defined. We're good to go. We got the okay from the refs. Red Alliance is ready. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
4 bots, love to see it. Mayhem White goes to the high basket for their first sample. It goes to retrieve off the bottom spike mark. Comes up just short. Sendy sweeping samples to their human player in the red observation zone.
Precision Cutup scoring 2 Alliance neutral samples in that high basket, as well as 1 Alliance specific in the high basket.
Sendy comes back for a second specimen, going to the high chamber, comes up just short. They're going to drop it inside the sub. We'll see if they go for easy pickings on that in teleop.
Entering the game very evenly matched, 1 each specimen for each alliance.
71-36 as we go to teleop. Sendy looks like they have a disconnect problem. Resetting the driver control hub.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, Oncoming Storm, working hard to get those specimens on the board. Unfortunately, not getting their alignment quite as they'd like it and dropping them. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 8863 Precision Cutups, continuing to score in that high basket. We'll see as time goes on if they're actually going to switch their strategy a little bit to get some samples on that high goal.
Mayhem White clears the deck of the yellow neutral samples on the audience side as Sendy goes back to the sub one more time. They are looking for more red samples for their human player to convert to specimens. Those will be good for 10 points on the high chamber if they can score them.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, 8863 Precision Cutups, clearly a force to be reckoned with, continuing with their incredibly fast cycle time and resiliency in the robot. to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, Oncoming Storm, their alliance partner, getting a second specimen up on that bar.
Blue Alliance up 153-64 with 45 seconds remaining here in match number 17. Sendy goes to the high chamber for their third specimen of the match, comes back to the wall in the OZ, looking to score for 10 more points. Mayhem White wrestling with a sample that they want to place in the high basket.
As we enter the end game here, we can see Oncoming Storm scoring their fourth specimen on the Ascender. Filling up that basket is their alliance partner Precision Cut-Ups. With 20 seconds left in the match, let's see if these bots are going to hang, what their strategy is going into the end of the end game.
Sendy up on level 2. Will they go for level 3? Looks like it. Can they transition?
Really interesting rope drive we can see over on Precision Cut-Ups. That is 2 level 2 hangs for the Red Alliance and a level 3 and a level 2
4 bots
for
in there.
the
That's
Blue
awesome.
Alliance.
That is awesome. All right, Jay, we'd like to see a score if we can. Thank you very much. Push it, my friend. It's going to be qualification match number 17 as we keep up this tempo. We're looking for a winner in the Blue Alliance. 245 to 159. Really awesome, consistently high scores up in the 200s and in the mid and higher 100s as well. These teams are starting off boldly this morning. See, that moves Oncoming Storm up into 4th position with lots of the day left to play. We've got 2 teams over here in the Blue Alliance, both hailing from the Hudson Valley. First up, it's Team 10, 949. It's the Mob. In their customary pink, they are partnered with Team 25, 707, one of the newer teams in the region. That's Solar Flare.
Over here on the Red Alliance from Corning, New York, it's Team 5484, the Enderbots. And joining them from Warwick, New York, it's Team 21580, Warwick Wildcats.
Just checking in with the Mob Drive team here. They had that unfortunate disconnect in their first match of the game. They're saying they're looking good here for this one. Looking exciting, exciting match on tap.
It's the beauty of first, plenty of matches to get all those issues figured out. And with that, Blue Alliance, how are we feeling? Are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Referees, all righty, scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Solar Flare and Mob come alive. Mob gets 1 on the high chamber. That's not fully clipped. It will score, but they've got to watch that they don't de-score it.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Enderbot scoring 1 on that high chamber. Let's see if they can make that second. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Warwick Wildcats, scoring 1 in the high basket and ending their autonomous.
Solar Flare had to cancel their autonomous. They have 2 samples internal to the bot, and unfortunately, Mob has de-scored their specimens over here on the high chamber. No good up on the high chamber there for the Blue Alliance.
Enderbot's proving to have a formidable autonomous here.
It'll be easy pickings for the Blue Alliance with those specimens ready to go. Hopefully they can harvest those. They don't need to convert them to specimens. We'll see how Solar Flare works out. They had those specimens or samples. Can you see on your side, Jared? They're hung up with samples inside.
I can't tell from this angle. Let me see if I can get a better shot. Yes, they do still have a specimen. Yes, a sample inside of the robot.
So 1 possession at a time. So Solar Flare is a little bit stuck here on offensive gameplay. We'll see if Mob can pick up the pieces for the Blue Alliance.
You can see Solar Flare with that kind of erratic driving, trying to knock themselves free of that sample. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, Warwick continuing to score in that high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Enderbots, working well with their human player to get that second ascent bar full of specimens.
A frustrating match so far for the Blue Alliance, down 45 to 142. That is advantage red at this point. Mob going into the sub, trying to get more samples to their human player to convert to specimens. They do have specimens out there, but it looks like they're foregoing those for new opportunities coming out of the sub.
Bit of a traffic jam over here on the Red Alliance side. Oh, it appears that 25707 has dislodged that sample, putting them back in the game.
Was that a thank you, Enderbots, for getting it out, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, indeed.
We'll see what damage they can do with 40 seconds remaining. Their first specimen sample goes out of bounds.
Enderbots descoring 1 of their specimens, but no worries, they rescored a different one right in its place.
Mob with only 1 specimen so far up on the high chamber. It looks like they're having an issue with their lift or their pass-through gripper. 20 seconds remaining, 152.61, advantage red. Solar Flare, again, scoring out of bounds. They've got to be a little bit careful there on the high basket.
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Enderbots attempting to score another specimen, dropping one, continuing to descore those specimens. No worries, though, they're getting them back where they need to be. Let's see if we can get bots parked and hanging. That appears to be a level 1 and level 2 for the Blue Alliance, a level 2 for the Red Alliance, and a park for the Red Alliance. Alrighty, let's get the scores of the previous qualification match up on the board. Roll it. And in the last qualification match, Red wins with a score of 170 to Blues 87. That is 58 in auto, 15 in teleop ascent, 87 in other teleop, and 10 foul points for the Red Alliance, whereas the Blue Alliance had 19 in auto, 18 in teleop ascent, 15 other teleop, and no foul points.
With that, we're going to look over here on field number 1 in the Red Alliance box. It is team 14903, the Shark Bots from the French American School down in Mamaroneck, just north of the city. They are teamed up with folks that live nowhere near the city. It's Team Beta from way up in the hinterlands. That's Team 8397 in the Red Alliance.
Over here on the Blue Alliance from Hopewell Junction, New York, it's Team 16700 J-Bots. And Sharkbot's neighbor to the northwest, it is Team 12331, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders.
And we are set and ready for qualification match number 19. We're looking to the Blue Alliance for a thumbs up. Robo Raiders, we need your thumbs up. Robo Raiders, we need your thumbs up.
Robo Raiders, ready?
There you go.
Red
Beta,
Alliance,
Sharks.
how we feeling?
There we go.
Referees. Scorekeeping is ready. Jay's all set. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, 3 bots in motion, 16700 J-Bots scoring their first specimen on the Ascender. How's the Red Alliance looking?
I love this Sharkbot bot over here, 13 by 13, and it is just so svelte, and just this little pirouette move over to their human player. So consistent. Beta looking to get a second sample in that high basket off the floor with their gripper. Can they do it? Yes, they can.
Very robust autonomous modes on both sides of the Alliance selection here.
Red leading early, 135 to 60. Sharkbots 5 specimens on their high chamber as they scoot them out of the way for their bottom sub play. They're going to bring samples back to their human player. Beta playing samples to the high basket.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, J-Bot scoring for the first time in the high goal for this match. Meanwhile, Scarsdale Robo Raiders, you can see that white mechanism on the back is actually preloading the hooks to make the specimens, getting their little specimen manufacturing line online. And you can see they're actually trying to get that set up and operating. Let's take a look. You can see their intake picks up, passes through to the inside of the bot where the clip is able to be applied.
Jerry, it's so nice to see the J-Bots alive and kicking this morning. You remember that they sheared off their gripper in their first gameplay last night. Heartbreaking, but they did some repairs overnight. Gripper to gripper handoff. Beautiful over there. Meanwhile, Sharkbots racked and stacked with now 8 specimens on the wall ready to score. That will be worth 80 points if they can get them to the high chamber.
Yeah, strategy is a big component, especially now that we've introduced these human players as a permanent feature in the first games. You can see that Sharkbots is actually bringing over a new sample every time they go to pick up a specimen so that they always have a replenishing supply. And then as they run out, they are able to just feed their specimens right in to their bot.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 now, 11 to the high chamber. 11 to the high chamber for the Sharkbots as we enter endgame. They've got 3 more in reserve.
And we can see Scarsdale has successfully assembled their first specimen internally in their robot, placed on the high bar as we enter endgame.
281, we could see a really impressive score here from the Red Alliance if they finish strong.
5 seconds left in the game. Let's see if these bots are going to hang.
$289 to $174 in the raw. Handshakes all around in the red box.
All right, let's get the scores for qualification 19 on the board. And in match number 19, Red wins with a score of 331, a new event high score to Blues 182. 222 points in the tally-up for the Red Alliance. That moves 14903 Sharkbots into the 5th ranked seed, and 8397 Beta maintains their space in the 2nd ranked seed. Alrighty, let's get ready for qualification match number 20. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have team 4957 FM Hornets Robotics from Fayetteville, New York. And joining them from Watkins Glen, New York, it's team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown.
And we've got decked out here in their customary blue. It's Suffern Robotics 7486. Partnered up with, once again on the Blue Alliance on field 2, just as they were a few minutes ago, 4654. It's the Jellyfish. And with that, we're gonna go Mech Melt and Stingers, thumbs up in the Red Alliance, please. Blue Alliance, thumbs up from both.
Referees are ready. Scorekeeping. Scorekeeping is not quite ready yet. Jay. Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots in motion. 4957 immediately scoring on their high bar.
4654 says we can do that too. One specimen on the high chamber as it returns to their human player. Can they score number 2? They've grappled it. To the bar they go.
Mechanical Meltdown's auto placed them a little bit too far, unfortunately, to pick up that sample on the ground there. No worries though, plenty of time to grab it, and they are in a wonderful position as we enter Teleop.
Three, 2, 1.
5636 in the early going, blue leads.
Entering the teleop period here, we can see 4957 FM Hornets picking up another specimen from their human player and scoring it on their ascender.
7486 gets another neutral sample from the floor. They take it to the high basket and score it. Meanwhile, Jellyfish harvesting blue samples, converting them to specimens, 10 points each on the high bar. They get another.
Mechanical Meltdown continuing to score in their high basket. They were very well set up from their auto. Even though they weren't able to quite get those points during auto, they are able to grab them nice and quickly during teleop.
Jerry, another real parity match here. 74-72 with a minute 20 to go. 74-80 now, advantage red. Back and forth between these teams, all very capable, all pretty equalized. It'll be really interesting to see where we are a minute from now.
Yeah, once again, we can see over on Mechanical Meltdown those wheel guards over their Mechanim wheels. That is to prevent entanglement with any samples or specimens that may be found on the field, and to ensure that they are in compliance with the only one sample or specimen in control of the robot at a time rule.
7486 using their custom 3D printed active intake to go to the high
FDA
basket.
Red Alliance.
Meanwhile, Jellyfish trying to negotiate around Mech Melt. Mech Melt heads back on their side, but Jellyfish comes up shy with their human player. 40 seconds remaining. 92-98, advantage red.
We could see over on the Red Alliance 4957 appearing to have a FTA issue. No worries, they have it all resolved now. Push botting their way into those scoring zones. As we enter the end game here, we can see bots beginning to hang. 12833 Mechanical Meltdown setting up for their hang and still picking up a couple specimens.
And Jerry, wasn't it Suffern that had suffered the tape measure fracture a couple matches ago?
A couple minutes ago, Suffern did suffer a tape measure fracture. They did have spares on hand. We're able to quickly switch that out. Those 2 3D printed round housings you can see on the side of the bot. That is a level 2 hang for the Red Alliance and 2 level 2 hangs for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance also has 1 park on the board. All right, let's go to the scores for qualification match 20 on the board. And in qualification match number 20, Blue wins with a score of 157 to Red's 126. That is a very close game. Those 15 foul points really did play into it. That puts 46-54 as 11th seed and 74-86 as 12th seed.
All right, qualification match number 21 on field number 1. We've got 27364. That's our rookie team, the Battery Battalion. They are charged up and ready to go with team 42-43. That's our friends, the Iron Devils.
And over here for the Blue Lions from Cross River, New York, it's team 20203 Vulcan Robotics. And joining them from Bolson Spa, New York, it's 6955 Robovines.
We're going to look to Iron Devils and Battery Battalion. Can we get a thumbs up on the Red Alliance? Iron Devils says yes. Battery Battalion, checking in, thumbs up. Jerry?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Excellent. Referees, how we looking? Bradley, Corey, solid.
Jay's all set. Let's
Beautiful.
get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, both Blue Alliance bots exploding out of their starting positions. Vulcan Robotics immediately scoring 1 in the high goal, missing their second pickup. Let's see if they can make their third. They do. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Robovine, scoring 2 specimens on the ascender.
We know that the Blue Alliance is going to jump out to a lead here. Both Red Alliance bots sitting idle. Hopefully we can match up during teleop and make up for some lost time here.
Robovines dropping their third specimen. Meanwhile, 20203 Vulcan Robotics parking in the ascent zone.
Jerry, interesting to note, both of your bots over there heavily 3D printed. Beautiful manufacturer, orange and green, very on brand too for those teams.
Indeed, and that green shielding isn't just for aesthetics, it is to prevent those additional samples and specimens from becoming lodged in the robot, as we've seen a couple times so far this morning.
We've got both teams finally alive. Devils 42-43 going to the sample on the far side of the sub, looking for yellow to put to the high basket. Good communication here from the red human player saying go down for the Battery Battalion. They want to make sure that they get those specimens clipped at the right height off the wall and clipped to the upper chamber.
It is interesting over here on the Red Alliance today that we have some more convergent design. Both of these bots using a dual stage pass-through mechanism for their intake and outtake. Vulcan Robotics missing their third specimen and becoming slightly tangled in the ascender.
Iron Devils is trying to work out a sample that's hung up just over their battery inside their chassis, banging themselves up against the submersible on purpose. We'll see if they can recover from this. Meanwhile, Battery Battalion still working wall play, specimens going to the high chamber. This will be number 3 for the Red Alliance.
Robovines continuing to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, Vulcan Robotics crashing into the ascender a couple times to get their positioning nice and steady to continue to hang those samples.
159, 177 to 54 here. 30 seconds left. That'll be endgame.
And at the start of the endgame whistle, all bots are still in motion. We can see Vulcan Robotics push-botting across the field to feed their alliance partner, Robovines. Some great collaboration happening over here on the Blue Alliance. How's it looking?
Love hearing from the audience, too, supporting these teams through their fight here in match 21. Yeah, there you are. Iron Devils arranged for a level 2 ascent. We'll see if the battalion comes around the corner. They do. We'll see if we get a double hang. Robovines goes in the air.
That is 3 robots attempting a hang. Looks like at least one level 2 hang from Robovines. We'll see what the Red Alliance calls it.
All right, Jay, we're checking in with our scorekeeper. We've got the high sign. This will be match number 21's report out. Send it. Match 21 is going to go to... Goes to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance 211-82 clean game. That will take 22-03 Vulcan up into the 9th slot. Robovine slips up to 14 as well.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 22, starting with the Red Alliance from Buffalo, New York. It's team 12736 Electric Mayhem Green. And joining them from Burn Hills, New York, it's team 7420 Mecha Spartans. Over on the Blue Alliance from Clinton, New York, it's team 6347 Nerds of a Feather. Joining the coop on the Blue Alliance is team 18, the Techno Chicks. And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Waiting on a head referee. We got a head referee. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Right away, we got 2 bots in motion. Techno Chicks attempting to score, appearing to get a little caught up on that serve. Oh, no worries, though. Plenty of time left in auto for them. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, Electric Mayhem Green scoring one specimen, attempting a second. That is a second specimen for the Red Alliance. Do I hear a 3? We can see over on the Blue Alliance, Techno Chicks strategizing very well, even though their autonomous isn't working quite how they want it to, planning out their teleop period. All right, start of the teleop period, we got all 4 bots in motion. 74-20, Mecha Spartans scoring in the high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Electric Mayhem Green, coordinating with the human players between both teams on the Red Alliance to get those samples scored. Looking over at the Blue Alliance, Techno Chicks picking up their first specimen and scoring it on the Ascender. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Nerds of a Feather, trying to pass through their bot, appearing to have a little bit of issue. How are we doing over there?
Nerds hitting a little bit of a reset on their internal gripper handoff. Looks like their upper gripper is just out of position. They're trying to work it out. There they go. Will they come to the high basket?
We can see that linear slide was just ever so slightly out of position for them. Looking back over at the Red Alliance, 12736, Electric Mayhem Green continuing to score those specimens on the high bar.
Nerds scores up high. Meanwhile, the Techno Chicks come back to the sub, grab another blue sample. They're going to bring it back to their human player. Turn that into a specimen for a chamber hang. Nerds gets another in the high basket.
With about a minute left in the match, we are at 81 red to 47 blue. A lot of that is due to the number of specimens we can see appearing up there. Over on the Red Alliance, we can see those samples that have gotten knocked outside of the arena by the Mecha Spartans being passed back over to their human player for additional scoring.
Jerry, I can hear it from all the way over here. The communication between the teams is just fantastic in both boxes. Really makes a difference in gameplay. 65-91, advantage red, 22 seconds to play.
Yeah, collaboration is a big part of first. We can see it's really important for the alliances to be communicating both within the alliance and with the other alliance as to the scoring positions and paths the robots need to take. With 10 seconds left in the game, we are getting ready for robots to hang. We see both Red Alliance bots setting up for at least a level 2. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Unfortunately, Nerds and Techno Chicks had an issue there communicating, trying to get Chicks up off the ground in endgame. Got a little bit tangled up in each other on that dance. Looks like Mayhem Green is solidly up.
Yeah, that's definitely a level 2 for Electric Mayhem Green. Meanwhile, at least a level 1 for 74-20.
Go ahead, we're gonna push our score from our scorekeepers, Phil and Jay, over to qualification number 22, this will be. Red wins 116-93, clean game. We'll take that.
All right, for qualification match 23, let's get ready to meet our team. Starting off with the Blue Alliance from Corning, New York, it's team 5485 Gorilla Bots. And joining them from the Mid-State region, it's 22612 New Wave.
And with their rebuilt bot debuting here at Utica, it's from Breezeport, New York, team 17222. That's Team Proto. And from our friends down in Binghamton, 6454, it's the Saints. I think we're ready to check in. We're looking for Red Alliance, Saints, Proto, thumbs up. Excellent. Jerry?
Blue Alliance, how we doing? Thumbs up all around? All right, referees are ready.
Jay?
Scorekeeping. Jay's
Awesome.
all set. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 robots in motion. New Wave setting up for a high goal score. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Gorilla Bots, scoring their first. That is a broken high goal.
The kids on Discord call that a level 4 hang. It is worth no points. Can we re-zip tie it while they're away from it?
It's definitely going to need at least zip tying. It might even need a new goal basket.
Meanwhile,
We'll see there.
your Gorilla Bots went 5 for 5.
Entering the teleop period, we can see all of those bots back in motion. New Wave has become disentangled from that high goal. It appears that we're going to play that game out with that broken goal, and we'll fix that before the next match. Their alliance partner, Gorilla Bots, continuing to rack up those points, scoring specimens on the high bar. How's the Red Alliance looking?
Proto harvested their dropped specimen back to their human player. They are racked and stacked now with 4 or 5 specimens on the wall. That could be worth 50 points later in the game. Saints goes to the far side, audience side, getting a neutral yellow sample. They'll look to park that up in the high basket for 8 points, and they do.
I don't know if you can see on the back of Saints Robotics, his robot, there's this little piece that sticks out. That is actually servo-driven, and it's used for them to clear any samples that have become lodged in the back of the bot.
They've got that interior shielding, too. We've seen a lot of bots suffer from stuck samples, and it's awesome to see actually both of these teams on our Red Alliance getting out ahead of that. They've shielded their internals because you can incur that foul.
With 1 minute left in the match, we are at blue 129 to Reds 92. We'll see how those penalty points affect it as we end the match. Gorillabot's continuing to score on that high bar.
It's so cool to see your Gorillabots and my Proto over here going head to head, coming off the wall. Who can cycle to the chamber faster? Just awesome gameplay here.
Yeah. One of the things we've seen a couple times with these real high scoring robots like Gorillabots over here is that they actually start to run out of room on that bar as time goes on. As we enter the end game here, we'll see what their strategy is.
We're looking 205, 160, advantage blue. 15 seconds to play. We know these bots can ascend.
Gorillabot's dropping a specimen into their bot. No worries, though. They were able to get that out thanks to that internal shielding. Going for a level 3 ascent. We got a level 2 on New Wave. A level 2 on Gorillabots. Will this be level 2s all around? We're going to leave that up.
It looks like New Wave broke a belt there at the end, but they may be off the sub. We'll have to see if they've got a toe down inside the sub.
And with that, let's get these scores for qualification match 23 up on the board. And in match number 23, Blue wins with a score of 243 to Reds 210. Very close game there. We can see those auto points from the Blue Alliance really made the difference.
All right, we're going to set our sights here on field number 2, qualification match number 24, as we creep up a little bit closer to our halfway point. From the Albany Academies over in, well, Albany, it's Team 4801. It's Botman. I'm Botman. And we've got from the West Fulton Fire Department, it's the West Fulton Firebots, excuse me, friends. West Fulton Firebots, let's do that the right way, 27-239.
And over on the Red Alliance from Red Hook, New York, it's Team 6567 Robo Raiders. And joining them from Corning, New York, it's 5356 TARDIS. All right, it appears we are about ready. So with that, Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Not quite. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
West Fulton comes to the high basket with their compliant wheels. Can they get, it looks like they, yes, 8 points to the high. 48-09, Botman hung up on the top chamber. Fulton's excited, they got their second sample.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we can see Robo Raiders flinging one out of the arena, missing their second, but landing their third in the high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner TARDIS getting 2 out of 3 on the Ascender, excuse me, I'm still in my Rover Ruckus era.
(56-32), Red leads to start. Botman does secure that high chamber. Meanwhile, West Fulton resetting their driver control hub. Now they're live.
Over here on the Red Alliance, TARDIS utilizing that re-randomization to their advantage, picking up more Alliance-specific samples to turn into specimens, grabbing another specimen from their human player and scoring it on the Ascender into their robot instead, dumping it right back out. That's the benefit of those internal plating pieces, makes it a lot easier to disentangle yourself. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, let's get an FTA to the Red Alliance for 65-67.
They've got a sample stuck inside too, Jerry, in the chassis. Botman goes back to their human player. In the observation zone, they've got 2 specimens ready to go to the high chamber. They come back.
The unfortunate part, if you look real closely at 65-67, and our friends on the webcast are able to see this better than those in the stands, they have a hollow interior, so it has actually fallen through, is sitting on the tile floor, but is being pushed around internally by the inside of their robot.
Looks like they're maybe playing a little defensive play here for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, Fulton goes up. They've got now 5 in the high basket. Botman looking for their 4th specimen on the high chamber for the Blue Alliance.
Hearing a little bit of 3D print, grinding on 3D print over here as TARDIS continues to pick up those specimens from their human player. Entering the end game here, all 4 of these bots are able to hang. Let's see what the strategy is going into it.
Fulton says we're going to go for the early. Watch this bot, 239 as it turns itself upside down.
This bot's doing yoga on its way up the...
It's crazy. Downward dog,
there.
child pose, yoga. I'm not sure what to call it. It is a thing of beauty. Consistent as heck from one of our newer teams in the section. Botman also up.
That's a level 2 for TARDIS at 4809. Meanwhile, 22379 at a level 3, thanks to that lovely yoga bot they've got going on.
This is going to score from 24. Goes to the Red Alliance. 160. Wow, close game. 165 to 159.
That's a real close game there.
Match 25 is going to see on the Red Alliance 27-364. The Battery Battalion team up with 49-57. That's the Metal Stingers.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have team 8397 Beta swimming on down from Plattsburgh, New York. And joining us today from Corning, New York, it's 5484, the Enderbots.
All right, all things are ready. Battalion, Stingers, we're looking for thumbs up on the red.
And over on the Blue Alliance, how are we feeling? Thumbs up, ready to go? Alrighty, referees. Alrighty, scorekeeping is good to go. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, we got 3 bots in motion.
Stingers goes to the high chamber for the Red Alliance. They're going to shuffle and strafe their way to a new piece for their human player. Looking for Battery Battalion to come to life in Teleop.
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Enderbots already with 4 specimens on the Ascender. Had a close call on penalties as to whether or not their human player was picking up inside or outside of the field. Interesting strategy we see over on Enderbots, actually switching out their drivers at the start of the teleop period.
A little bit of delicate driving over here on the Red Alliance as Stingers make sure they're only possessing or contacting 1 sample at a time. No fouls for that. Battalion has come to life. They are up at the basket doing sample play, 8 points each as they get up top.
We can see as well, looking a little bit at the build style on some of these robots, the return of the drawer slides today. Both Enderbots and 4957 FM Hornets utilizing conventional drawer slides with a string mechanism to extend and retract them.
4957's human player here being very, very careful. Dead center in front of the referees, making sure there's no contact mutual between the robot and that human player. They've got to be very careful in the observation zone. Battery Battalion harvesting yellow samples to that high basket. Looks like number 4 is on its way in. Yes, they score.
Looking back over on the Blue Alliance, Enderbot seems to have realized after scoring 2 red elements in their high basket that they are in fact on the Blue Alliance.
A little bit of human error there. They're all smiles though.
Not to worry though, they're gonna make it up with the Alliance neutral elements instead. 8397 Beta continuing to absolutely dominate that high bar with specimens.
It's just a potpourri of samples up there in the high basket.
We can see Beta, really interesting hang mechanism. That sidebar actually coming up as opposed to most spots that have been using their kind of main scoring system or intake mechanism for hang.
Really consistent work here from the Metal Stingers as they go 6 for 6 on the high chamber. Battery Battalion comes in for a second level ascent.
Bot's getting ready to hang. That's going to be 3 bots hanging. Is that going to be a 1 or a 2 on Beta?
A little bit of contact there with Beta and Enderbots. We'll see what the referees have to say about it. Looks like Battalion is clearly in the air. We're good for a score from 25 if our scorekeepers, Jay and Phil, can push it. We go to the scoreboard. Big board says. All right, that's going to go to the Blue Alliance. 240 to 166. 83-97 Beta slips up, or stays, I should say, in first place there.
Alrighty, as we get ready for match number 26, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Penfield, New York, it's 69-96, Oncoming Storm. And flying right alongside him from Portchester, New York, it's Team 18, the Techno Chicks. Over on the Blue Alliance from Scarsdale, New York, it's 1-2-3-3-1, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders. And joining them in the black and orange from Cross River, New York, it's 20203 Vulcan Robotics. Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees. Alrighty, scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Robo Raiders starts with their customary clip stack. They've got 6 clips on the wall. This robot can grab them and self-assemble specimens internal during gameplay. The team just said we're going to take a little bit conservative this round. We'll see what that means.
Techno Chicks with 2 very close grabs. Unfortunately, not quite there during their autonomous. Making brief contact with Vulcan Robotics' bot there. Not to worry, though. Plenty of time to make that up in the teleop period.
3, 2, 1.
Nice little bit of control work there, Jerry, from Vulcan. They got tapped during auto, and their vision system still got them a sample out of the submersible. Really impressive.
That's a use of OpenCV they were using as opposed to the onbot system. Scores going into teleop are 87-44 favor Blue.
Looks like Vulcan is dead in the water right now, though. We'll have an FTA check in. Alex comes over. Meanwhile, Robo Raiders assembling clips internal, and they're scoring them, yes, on the high chamber.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Techno Chicks picking up their first specimen.
No,
And
it looks like
latching off
both.
Lander.
Sorry, Jerry. It looks like both of my bots over here on the Blue Alliance are dead in the water. Neither one moving at this point. Scarsdale deep into the sub with their extendo, but no signs of life. Looks like Oncoming Storm might be as well. Oh, no, they're alive. Good to see it.
69-96 Oncoming Storm, once again using those wheel covers we've seen so many times on robots today. Waiting for their human player to get those specimens made for them.
Blue Alliance keeping Alex and Justin, our FTAs, on their toes. 97-66 with 45 seconds to go. Blue is in the lead. The question is, can they maintain it through endgame in zeros?
Is that 2 disabled bots for the Blue Alliance?
It is right now.
Oh my goodness. Can we get a second FTA for the other
Alex?
Red Alliance team, or have they already called disabled? All right, bots are getting ready to hang. We got 69-96 and 18. That is Oncoming Storm and Techno Chicks for the Red Alliance, both getting ready to hang. Let's see how they do. Oh my goodness. That's gonna be a level 1 hang for the Techno Chicks and a level 2 for Oncoming Storm. Scarsdale appears to have come back online and parked. Meanwhile, their alliance partner is sitting where they lie.
That could take the Blue Alliance to 100 points. That park is worth 3. They had 97. 15 would go to Oncoming Storm if that's deemed a level 2 ascent. Let's look for a score from this last match. Go ahead and push it.
And Red wins with a score of 156 to Blues 107.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting one, Jerry. The teleop ascent 60s, if you were watching the match, those didn't actually factually happen. This is the result of a foul majors that happened with the Scarsdale bot parked there in the bottom of the submersible. there's an impedance rule that came into effect. We're not going to go into the specifics, but essentially it virtually elevated those two robots to that level 3 ascent. Match number 27 is going to see Suffern Robotics, that's 7486, paired up with the J-Bots, team 16700. They'll be in the Red Alliance. They're going to face off against team 22612 New Wave and their partner in their customary pink. It's 10949. It's Mob Robotics.
And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start the match, all 4 bots in motion. New Wave attempting to score in the high goal, hopefully making it and not flinging anything at me this time. 10949 Mob feeding their human player, picking up specimens, already with 1 on the board, heading over to the Red Alliance.
I know this Red Alliance J-Bot spot is untested in play, but they're doing a beautiful job. It's a new construction for them since qualifiers. They're coming up on their 5th specimen. Can they get it here on the high chamber? They do.
We can see Mob had some slight alignment issues, especially with their second and third specimen attempt. Good communication between the driver coaches over on the Blue Alliance, deciding who's going to score where. Hopefully we get some motion from New Wave. Can we get an FTA over to the Blue Alliance, please? FTA to the Blue Alliance.
J-Bots goes from specimen play on the high chamber to sample play, a versatile bot. They've got that archetypal gripper to gripper handoff. Low gripper on the floor, and then that high gripper on their lift for their scoring goes up to the baskets. Really, really beautiful work.
Indeed, really cool open frame design we have going on over with MobSpot. I believe they're actually using the new Upsilon Robotics slide mechanisms, gracious sponsor of the region.
Suffern 7486 looking to make things happen with their active intake on yellow samples. Looks like now we're getting some corner play.
New Wave scoring their second specimen on that high bar. Interesting to see when you talk about strategy that almost everybody, especially this late in the season, is going just for that high bar, ignoring the low bar. It is more points on that high bar.
Human player here in the Blue Alliance calls out 1 minute as J-Bots grapples a sample off the floor, regrips up to the high basket, efficient as always. Suffern having an uncharacteristically difficult time, it looks like. I'm not sure what's wrong with their system. They've been solid all morning, looking to get samples going out of the sub, coming up a little bit short.
We can see over here, Mob's intake appears to be having some issues. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved. As we enter the endgame period, the points are 167 to 46, favoring red.
Going to see Suffern look for their dual tape measure hang. They recovered from that early mechanical failure. Here they go on the bottom bar.
Plenty of time for bots to continue to hang. New Wave attempting a hang while hanging their specimens. Let's see if Mob is able to get that slide in time. All 4 bots are at least touching. All right, let's get the scores for qualification match number 27. Push to the board. And in match number 27, Red wins with a score of 217 to Blues 78. 146 of those points coming during the teleop period for the Red Alliance.
We've got teams from right next to each other on the Red Alliance. It's going to be team 17222. That's Team Proto. Team Proto is paired with their friends in the orange hair. That's Mechanical Meltdown, Team 12833 from just up the road in Watkins Glen. 2 teams that in the southern tier are functional cousins of each other. Over here with me in the Blue Alliance, we've got charging their paddles, Team 12736. That's Electric Mayhem Green. And they are partnered up with 21580. The Warwick Wildcats. Apologies, the Warwick Wildcats. Jerry, you get that phone back?
Yes, phone has been returned. We are all set over there. Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees. Alrighty, scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Warwick comes alive. They're doing sample play to the high basket with their 3D printed linkage gripper. They release one, 8 points. Electric Green pushing samples to their human player in the Blue Alliance observation zone.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Mechanical Meltdown continuing to score in that high basket. They have 2 in there so far. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Proto has 1 specimen on the Ascender. Attempted a second, missed the second. Let's see if they can land this third. Not quite. They are in a very good position going into teleop, though.
Wow.
At the start of the teleop period, we have all 4 bots continuing to be in motion. 17222 Proto capitalizing on their lineup position to attempt another specimen hang, unfortunately missing it. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 12833 Mechanical Meltdown.
Warwick's working out
Filling up
their
that high
3D printed to 3D printed gripper handoff with their Viper slides. They go to the high basket, 3 up for them on the Blue Alliance. Go back to their neutral sample from Autonomous there in the backfield. I love that gripper, Jerry. It's got that beak, that white 3D printed beak that orients the samples. Really smart engineering design.
Yeah, that 3-bar linkage is a big advantage. That is able to move linearly, even though they are using rotational energy to open and close it. Really smart design on that linkage there.
Jerry, we know with the hangs late in the game that it can pitch 15, 30 points at a go. 124 to 100 here with 1 minute remaining in gameplay. Close game.
Yeah, looking back over on the Red Alliance, Proto continuing to be a formidable enemy. Seems to be pre-setting up all of their specimens for the remainder of the match so that they can continue to just bang them out as time goes on. Meanwhile, Mechanical Meltdown filling up that high goal with Alliance neutral samples.
Good call out from the Blue Alliance partner player, the human coach that is, for Warwick, getting them up just a little bit higher on handoff.
Really cool design. If you look in Electric Mayhem Green, they have those big square LEDs. Those are actually being used to signal to their drivers the status internally of their robot. Those are made by GoBuilda. It's a new product offered this year.
7 specimens, now 8 from Electric Mayhem Green, doing a really nice job with their high chamber play. Oh, they lose that one in the bottom of the sub. They're gonna scoot around their partners and go for a level 2 ascent. They've been effective with it since we started yesterday, yes. And it looks like Warwick would be off the ground
Really
as well.
cool design. You can see that PVC on Electric Mayhem Green being used for the ascent. That is gonna be 4 hanging robots.
Oh, look at that. Love that.
That is 4.
So we're going to take a look back at this point to qual number 28, our scorekeepers. Let's go ahead and push that to the feed. Match 28 went to the Red Alliance. 240, 218, nice close game. A little bit of foul work there, but that helped the Red Alliance increase their stock as we near the halfway point of our qualifications.
Alrighty, qualification match number 29 is getting set up over here on field 1. Let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Blue Alliance. From Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707 Solar Flare. And joining them far across the state from Buffalo, New York, it's 12737 Electric Mayhem White.
Other side of the state here, 4809, we've got Botman from Albany. And from down in the southern tier, right along I-86, it's 6454, it's the Saints. Let's do a checkout. Blue Alliance, Solar Flare, Mayhem White, can we get a thumbs up? Red Alliance, can we get thumbs up? Excellent. Referees, cool. Awesome. Jerry, over to you, my friend.
Alrighty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
All 4 bots alive. We love to see it. Here comes Botman. Now they come up just short with their high specimen. Saints goes to the high basket with a sample.
We can see right away Solar Flare scoring their first specimen onto the Ascender. Meanwhile, Electric Mayhem White scoring 1 in the high basket.
Saints with their pinch grip, they go now for their 3rd sample to the high basket. Man, I think they got lucky with that one, but if it scores, it scores. Come up just short with number 4, but a really strong showing for the Red Alliance to start.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Start of the teleop period, all 4 bots still quite lively. 25707 is good to go.
We've got that customary kind of rack and stack mentality. Botman is now going to have 6 specimens on the wall ready to go. They hand off 1 to their robot, tip it over. The human player puts it back up. Can they get it to the chamber?
interesting design. If you look over at Electric Mayhem White's intake, they have these two wheel mechanisms that are actually held together with a rubber band between them, so it expands dynamically as they gain traction on any elements in the field.
Saints playing yellow samples out of the sub. Looks like they've got 5 or 6 there in the high basket as they score here in Teleop. Yep, they get it. Botman goes second specimen on the high chamber. 3 for blue, 2 for red at this point in the early going. And Botman equalizes now. Oh, but they de-score one. That's going to be a minus 10 points for them. Maybe they harvest it out of the sub. It'll be easy pickings because it's already assembled.
We can see over on the blue line, Solar Flare continuing to score those specimens, now at 4 on the Ascender. Their alliance partner, Electric Mayhem White, filling up that high basket nicely. With 40 seconds left in the match, we can see some LEDs turning on Electric Mayhem White. That is a signal to their driver, actually, to showcase the status of their bot and kind of tell them where they're at. Entering endgame here, all 4 of these bots are capable of hanging. We'll see how late we wait in the game.
We are in endgame. Botman grabs that specimen off the floor. 174-139, advantage blue. Just about a 40-point lead at this point.
You can see Saints is using a screwdrive hang mechanism. It's very effective, but it is quite slow, so they have to hang pretty early in the match. With 5 seconds left in the match, let's see if we can get all these bots in the air.
I love this Saints bot, Jerry. I said it to you every time. It's just up, but it works. Want to look for a score report from the last match?
Yeah, let's get the score report from that last match up on the board. And in qualification 29, blue wins with a score of 205 to Red's 167. As we get set up for a qualification match number 30 out of 64 matches, almost there. Let's meet our teams. Starting off from Burnt Hills, New York, it is team 7420 Mecha Spartans. And joining them from Red Hook, New York, it's 6567 Robo Raiders.
Robo Raiders currently sitting in the 2nd overall position in the standings. They'll face off against the Blue Alliance over here with me, 13371. That's the Sendy Sandstoners. And from Ballston Spa, New York, it's 6955, the Robo Vines. And their cheering section in the stands.
Alrighty, with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, can we get a thumbs up? Robo Vines and Sendy, double.
Referees, are you ready? Scorekeeping
Scorekeepers
is ready. Let's get this match started. In 3, 2, 1.
Signs of life from all 4 bots. Sendy goes to the high chamber, comes in just under it, drops their specimen inside the sub as Robovines harvests off the floor. They miss their 2nd sample. Will they score their 3rd? No, they do not. Can they get their 4th?
Meanwhile, over here on the Red Alliance, the Robo Raiders scoring in their high goal, throwing one outside the arena. They do have one stuck in their bot. Hopefully they're able to get that dislodged nice and quickly. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Mecha Spartans, is parked. We can see all 4 bots in motion as we resume play during the teleop period. 7420, the Mecha Spartans are scoring in the low goal. Good communication between both the Robo Raiders and Mecha Spartans as to access to those goals.
88 to 7, that is. Blue Alliance, Robovines, and Sendy out to a commanding lead here at the midpoint of qualification match number 30. Robovines doing sample work out of the bottom of the submersible as Sendy goes for a little tour of the field.
We can see another covering mechanism that's being used on the Robo Raiders bot. That is a bug screen actually covering the back of that robot to keep any elements from falling into their wiring.
Checking in with the Sendy team, they are having a mechanical issue. Robovines looks to score at the high basket. We've got 3 in the net zone below as they return to the sub. Looks like Sendy's going to have to be defensive play for the Blue Alliance for the remainder of the match.
Yeah, you can see there is still plenty to do even for bots that are playing defense. Feeding their offensive counterparts on the Alliance is definitely a good method.
Tell you, Jerry, blue is well out in the lead, but don't sleep on red. They've got 5 more specimens hanging on the wall. If they can get those to the chamber, that's going to be 50 points that will help them.
Yeah, red is getting all set up here. We can see 65, 67 Robo Raiders getting ready to stack up. They do have Sendy Sandstoners blocking access.
RoboVines brings another sample up to the high basket. With 15 seconds remaining, they go to the lower hang for a level 2 ascent.
We can see there is some concern with the refs about Sendy blocking access for those hang points. And I'm hearing we have the scores for match number 30, so let's get those pushed to the screens, please. And in match number 30, blue wins with a score of 172 to Red's 89. Alrighty, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 31. Starting with the Red Alliance from Rybrook, New York, swimming onto the field, it is team 4654, the Jellyfish. And joining them from Corning, New York, it's 5356 TARDIS.
And TARDIS and the Jellyfish will face off against a team that TARDIS knows well. It's 5485, the Gorilla Bots. These two teams practice about 25 feet away from each other in the same building. They are paired up, the Gorilla Bots are, with 4243. That's the Iron Devils. We're going to look for a thumbs up from the Iron Devils, and Gorilla Bots steps into the box.
All righty, and over here on the Blue Alliance, TARDIS Jellyfish, how we feeling? We good?
Referees, how we looking? Scorekeepers, we're good. We're going to count this one down, this being match number 31 at the Excelsior Championship in 3, 2, 1. Gorilla Bots slams their first specimen home on the high chamber, pushing another sample to their human player to make into a specimen.
We can hear over here on the Red Alliance 4654 having a lot of grinding on one side of their linear slide mechanism. Hopefully that doesn't affect them too much oil-wise. Meanwhile, their Alliance partner 5356 TARDIS, flawless auto so far, picking up the 3 Alliance neutral samples from the field, placing them in the high goal.
Gorilla Bots with 4 specimens on the high chamber. 124 to 100, advantage red as we start. Thank you.
We can see over here TARDIS working with their human player to build samples almost as fast as they can be delivered to the human player station.
2 different strategies here, Jerry. The team over there with you, they are going back and forth with their scoring. Meanwhile, Gorilla Bots here, they're harvesting and stacking them to the wall to deploy late in the game. We'll see a massive score jump, 10 points for each of those specimens. Different game strategies. Iron Devils going off the floor, sample work to the high basket. Those yellow samples are, again, neutral. Any team can grab those.
Indeed, and you can see all these human players kind of flinching away from their bots. That is a deliberate choice. There's a rule in First Tech Challenge. We can't have any hands in an area that the robot is in. It's making sure that all fingers are clear of those spots. We don't have any pinch hazards here today.
Gorilla Bots with 7, now 8 on the high chamber. Yes, 8. 55 seconds left in match number 31.
Red Alliance close behind TARDIS, snapping their 8th onto that high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Jellyfish, getting ready to hang.
Looks like Iron Devils was having some issues getting their samples out of the sub and into the high basket. They've got 4 or 5 up there. Gorilla Bots coming back for another specimen, tosses it out to their human player. Try again. There they go. That's headed for the chamber.
As we enter the end game, 4654 is nicely poised to begin their hang. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, TARDIS, continuing to attempt to score, getting blocked briefly by 4243, the Iron Devils, who are attempting to pick up some alliance-specific elements.
14 seconds to play. Can the team score one more? Who's going in for an ascent here? Gorilla Bots goes to the basket. Who can get up on the sub? Oh man, this is gonna be close.
That is at least 2 level 2 hangs.
I think we've got,
And looks like 2 1s and 2 2s.
to take a peek here. Let's go ahead and push it. This will be the score out of match number 31. We'll post this and then we'll get over to match 33. Match 31 goes to the Red Alliance. 261 to 244. That increases the stock for the Red Alliance. You see both of them ascending. Jellyfish up to 7th, TARDIS to 9th. Teams are vying as we, actually that was our halfway point. That was 32 right there. All right, we're on the downside.
So let's meet our teams. Starting off from Tully, New York, it's 8863 Precision Cut-Ups. And joining them from Mamaroneck, New York, it's 14903 Sharkbots.
And Jerry over here with me in the blue box. I do love a good mashup. I'm gonna call this one Fire Nerds. Fire Nerds. We've got
There you go.
Team 6347, it's Nerds of a Feather. And from the West Fulton Fire Department, it's 27239, the West Fulton Firebots. I like Fire Nerds. I'm gonna make that a thing.
I think we have to at this point.
At Fire Nerds on Instagram, anybody? No? Okay.
We're just getting bots initialized and all set and ready to go over here. All right, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, thumbs up, please.
Referees.
Scorekeeper.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. 3 bots in motion. Sharkbots continuing with their very explosive auto, delivering 3 samples to their human player to become specimens right off the bat, picking up those specimens and scoring them.
We know that Corey worked hard to get these fields just right. West Fulton wanted to do a little check. They're doing kind of a bench press on the sub here. They're sitting idle for the rest of auto.
Meanwhile, over here on the Red Alliance, Precision Cut-Ups continuing to fill up that high basket.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance has some work to do here with my Fire Nerds. 27239 goes to the wall, grabs a specimen. They'll look to take it to the high chamber, score it for 10 points. Nerds with a with a sample internal, looking for signs of life. No, they've got an error on their driver hub. Justin, our FTA, checks in.
Interesting strategy we can see over here being used by the Sharkbots. They actually slid all of their pre-scored specimens over on the Ascender so that they have room to continue to score them over the course of the match. The Red Alliance is using the strategy of pre-building as many specimens out of samples as they can so that later in the game they can just cycle quickly and get those on the board.
And Jerry, good of you to note that high chamber work. I look at your Precision Cut-Ups. They're filling the basket. Y'all might run out of space over there, buddy. Nerds goes to the high basket with a sample, 8 points for them. That's 63-47. Meanwhile, West Fulton is doing some specimen play to the high chamber. Can they connect?
We can see back over here on the Red Alliance, Sharkbots utilizing all of those pre-made specimens that they spent the first half of auto making. Now racking them up in rapid fire succession on the board. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Precision Cut-Ups, running out of space in that high basket. Hopefully they'll be able to start using that low basket.
I'm going to note right now with 40 seconds to play, we could be looking at a new high score here. Sharkbots had 40 points in the can off the wall. That high basket, the record right now.
Entering the end game here. This is an incredible show over here on the Red Alliance.
354 is the record in Excelsior. We may blow right past it.
We can see Sharkbots continuing that rapid fire cycle, scoring yet another specimen on that high bar.
Nerds in West Fulton going in for either Parks or Ascents. Contact with the sub. West Fulton starts their connect. Looks like that's going to be a level 1.
With just a few seconds left, let's see if we can get those hangs in. That is a level 2.
Awesome, awesome match. Jerry, even before the Ascents, if that teleop play plays, that's a new high score.
Yeah, so that is going to be 2 level 2s from 8863, but it is also going to be a major on 8863. We'll hear more from the refs in a minute once they finish deliberating.
We're looking for a score, folks. I think you're going to want to pay attention to this one. This is our score from our halfway point match. Match 32. It goes to the Red Alliance. 419. 419. absolutely incredible score. We're going to look up real quick. 419 points. Friends, let me tell you, that is good for the number 16 score on the planet this morning. That's the team of Precision Cut-Ups, 8863, and Sharkbots, 14903. A 419, 306 points in teleop. They gave up 15 points in fouls, respectfully, didn't make a difference. That is currently the 16th highest score on planet Earth, right here in the Excelsior region. What a morning. We're going to shift our focus back over to field number one. Field number one, on the Red Alliance, we're going to see 12-7-37. That's Electric Mayhem White as they charge up. They are playing with our current 13th place seed. That's New Wave 22612. They are facing off against, from Scarsdale, New York, it's the Scarsdale Robo Raiders. That's team 331. And from Corning, New York, down in the southern tier, it's team 5484, the Enderbots. They, of course, will be your Blue Alliance. Excellent. We're looking for a thumbs up from the Blue Alliance now. Back to red real quick. Awesome. Referees, solid. Backfield, scorekeepers. Friends, this is going to be for us match 33. We are past the halfway point. We'll count it down here, teams, in 3, 2, 1. Mayhem White goes to the top basket with their dumper. That's 12-7-37. They look for a second sample off the floor. They do get it in autonomous. Up to the basket again. Away they go. Enderbots, meanwhile, answers with 2 to the high specimen. They go back for a third from their human player at the observation zone. Scarsdale Robo Raiders sitting idle, as is New Wave at this point. So it's a 1v1, red to blue as we go. Early lead goes to blue, 30-16. Will they get one more? No, they come up just short. All right, that converts up to 60-32 as we enter teleop. All 4 bots alive. Scarsdale goes for their clip pickup out of the OZ. This is the self-assembly bot that we've seen deal with some mechanical issues, but when this thing works, it is absolutely incredible. If you can't see it from the seats or the live stream, it can assemble specimens internally, do it all itself. They've got their first sample, they go down to their assembly line, and they come up with a specimen. Beautiful thing to see. Meanwhile, Enderbots is visiting the sub once again for yellow Nutra samples. New Wave going back to the sub as well. Mayhem White looks like they've gotten stuck. I see their human player resetting their controllers. Yes, they're back alive. New Wave, some sample play to the observation zone, looking for those specimens as Enderbots tosses one sample out and over their bucket. Scarsdale going back for their 5th specimen for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, Enderbots answers with 1 more to the basket. New Wave comes up on their high chamber on the Red Alliance, does 3 there. Electric Mayhem White, I see a controller down. It looks like they might be dead in the water. FTA Alex is coming around to check in on them. Things are getting a little tight in the sub down here. Enderbots, Scarsdale, and New Wave all coming in for samples. New Wave goes to the high basket. Mayhem White back alive. Good to see it. Enderbots comes back near me. Basket, high basket scores. Scarsdale looking to make more specimens. I'm not sure if they're having a clip problem with their assembly bot. They do have a sample ready to go. Enderbots back down in the sub. New Wave drops one on the floor. Mayhem White ready to hang for a level 2 ascent. Enderbots goes back to the sub one more time. Mayhem is in the air. New Wave grappling the bar. Enderbots comes to the basket. Scarsdale goes to the OZ. Enderbots looking to come up off the floor. New Wave, wonder if that's going to be a 1 or 2. Mayhem White clearly up.
Alrighty, and here we have the scores from the last qualification match, so let's get those up on the board. And Blue wins with a score of 165 to Red's 116. Qualification match 33 goes to the Blue Alliance.
Interesting storyline here in the Blue Alliance. J-Bots is an untested bot as of yesterday, right? No qualifications on that bot. That was new construction. Is that right? Played, okay. I was mistaken. They did have that bot at Broad Albin, so this is second gameplay. Proto's bot completely rebuilt since their last match. So 2 newer bots. Blue Alliance, again, that's 17222. Proto 16700 from John Jay High School. The J bots, give it up for the Blue Alliance. And they will be facing off against 7420. That's our friends, the Mecha Spartans, in their custom maroon. Maroon in the Red Alliance. Goes well with orange as well. It's orange 20203. That's Vulcan Robotics on the Red Alliance. All right, with that, we've got Corey and Bradley, our head referees. Let's check in with the Red Alliance, Mech Spartans, Blue Alliance. Awesome over here, referees. Corey, Bradley. And our scorekeepers are ready. Friends, this is match number 34. In 3, 2, 1, take it away. Vulcan goes up to the high basket, but they miss on their first drop. J-Bot's excited as they pivot samples to their human player. 1, 2, 3. Now we return for specimens to go to the high chamber. Comes up short on their first grab. Mecha Spartans sitting idle in their observation zone. 3 points for the park there. J-Bots comes under the high chamber. Can they score this one? They do. That's 20 points now. Can they get 30? Nice. Right in under the buzzer. As we get into the driver control period, Blue out to a lead, 60-35. Mecha Spartans goes for the high basket with a sample. They drop it just shy. It's in the net zone. That is worth a few points. We'll see if they grip it again and get it up into that high basket. Meanwhile, Vulcan is shepherding samples to the red observation zone. J-Bot's doing a gripper-to-gripper handoff for the high basket play. Proto shuffling samples for that Blue Alliance out of the submersible over to the Blue Alliance human player, converting those into specimens. Vulcan comes back. We need an FTA on the red side. Vulcan comes back. Red samples, now 5 of them ready. They start doing some wall work, headed, as we know, to that high chamber. I love Vulcan's mechanism. If you look closely, they've got these 2 articulated arms. Really clever design, compact, but wonderful to watch. Prevents them from having to spin their chassis as they go. J-Bots comes back to the lower, or to the submersible, I should say, grabs another sample up to the high basket. Looks like 4 or 5 in there at this point. Proto starts harvesting specimens off the wall. They de-score 1, but they score another. We'll see if they get that one off the floor. It'll be easy pickings for them, remembering that each specimen is worth 10 points as they get it to the high chamber. J-Bots returns to the basket. Over to the Red Alliance, we've got 4 specimens on the high chamber as Vulcan returns to the wall. Yes, they grapple one up and in as we reach endgame. Looks like Mecha Spartans is dead in the water. Unfortunately, Vulcan clipping rather aggressively to that high chamber, but it works. 162 blue, 88 red, 17 seconds left. Proto clips another to the high chamber. Can they get one more in before they hang? Drive, 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 the command from the Proto human player. They've got to get up, got to get scored. We see them swinging freely. J-Bots snuck in one more sample in the high basket right before the buzzer. Vulcan gets a park in the red observation zone. High fives all around for the Blue Alliance.
Let's get the scores from the most recent game up on the board. And in the last game, Blue wins with a score of 231 to Red's 98. Alrighty, let's get ready to meet our teams for match number 35. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Corning, New York, it's 53-56, TARDIS. And joining them in the red square, from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707, Solar Flare. Over on the Blue Alliance from Boston Spa, New York, it is 69-55, Robotics. And joining them from Buffalo, New York, it is 12736 Electric Mayhem Green.
That is a lot of green over here with me in the Blue Alliance.
We got to call it the Green Alliance now.
And I don't match today, Jerry. Although you and I, man, we're looking rather spiffy together, aren't we?
Alrighty, we got a head ref. So with that, Blue Alliance, you're ready. Red Alliance is ready. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Robovines goes to the top basket with their first sample. Electric Mayhem Green to the high chamber with their first specimen. Both score. Robovines comes up with a second.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Solar Flare missed their first basket and dropped their specimen, or dropped their sample, excuse me, inside of their robot, disabling them for the rest of the auto period. TARDIS currently has 2 specimens hanging on the sender.
Robovines comes in. They're looking for a first level park. I don't think they're in contact with that bar. 84-40, Blue leads in the early going. Robovines going after, oh no, Robovines lost one of their compliant wheels. They are not going to be able to intake from the submersible. Watch for 6955 to push and maybe play some defense as that compliant wheel is out there on the floor. Electric Mayhem Green comes in and out from the sub to their human player, racking and stacking specimens on the wall.
My best guess for 6955 right now would be to pick up those last couple samples they have going on the floor, and we'll see from there. Looking back over at the Red Alliance, we can see Solar Flare starting to fill up the top basket they have on the red side. They were able to get that sample dislodged. 53-56, TARDIS with a very fast cycle. You can see they actually hooked their specimens upside down. That is because they are passing just to the second stage of their intake in order to score those specimens.
Electric Mayhem Green goes back to the high chamber. They clip another one in, 114 to 122, 45 seconds to play.
Robovines playing very defensively, making lots of contact with TARDIS's robot.
Caution here from the referee on Electric Mayhem Green for that human player to stay clear and make it obvious. We can't have contact with the robot and the human player on a game piece at the same time. 172, 114, 26 seconds to go, red.
We can see TARDIS had a brief entanglement with one of their specimens falling inside of the robot. They were able to get that resolved and are now hanging it. 6955 Robovines attempting their level 2 hang. You can see once again that cable-driven hang mechanism to winch their way up onto the ascender.
Electric Mayhem Green getting the call out from their human player. Go climb, go climb. Can Solar Flare get up? Do we get 4 up? 216 to 124 in the early.
With just a few seconds left, that appears to be 2 level 2 hangs. And with that, here we have the scores for Qualification 35. Let's get those on the board. And in match number 35, Red wins with a score of 241 to Blues 142. 10 of those points coming from foul. 196 points in tally-up, putting 53-56 and 25707 as the 5th and 4th ranked teams heading into the late morning.
And speaking of the Sharkbots, Jerry, we see them again. They're here with me on the Blue Alliance. That's team 14903. They are partnered, they're partnered with 13371 and they're orange. That's the Sendy Sandstoners.
And over here on the Red Alliance from Penfield, New York, it's team 4957, the FM Hornets. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Crossover, New York, it's 10949 Mob. I think we're looking good to get started. Teams have been introduced, so with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready, so let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Sharkbots comes alive. They dance to their samples, harvesting them to the observation zone. 1 on the high chamber already. Will they go 5 for 5?
We can see over here Mob scoring 1 on the high chamber, getting hung up on the side of the ascender. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the FM Hornets, got stuck on that low basket. No worries though, they'll get that resolved during tally-up.
Just a beautiful dance here from the Sharkbots, pirouetting back and forth from the chamber to the observation zone and parking for good measure. 50-14 turns into 103-28. Advantage blue as we get started.
Start of the teleop period, all 4 bots are in motion. We have 49-57, the FM Hornets grabbing their first specimen from their human player. Meanwhile, Mob continuing to pick up from the field those remaining samples and scoring them in the high goal.
And looking at this exchange of gameplay, Sendy now on these specimens after Sharks knows that their strength in teleop is to the high basket. They're just gonna cycle back and forth all game long, fill it. They might set their sights on that lower basket if they fill right up. 151-38, 130 remaining in match number 36. Sharks goes back to the sub, up to the high basket. Sendy, meanwhile, looking for more blue specimen samples, that is, out of the sub. They're going to turn those into specimens with their human player, look to score those on the high chamber. How's the Red Alliance looking, Jerry?
Red Alliance looking really good. As we've seen in this game, it's all about the cycle time. 109.49, the Mob has been lining up, doing their best to pick up those samples that have been sitting on the field. They do appear to be having some issues with their transition mechanism internally in their bot.
We know Mob a little bit. I'm really frustrated for them. It's kind of an uncharacteristic mechanical morning that they're having. You can see it on their faces. We've got Sharks in and out of the sub, filling that high basket. Watch it up off the top as Sendy is
FTA.
Sendy's making work of the high chamber, 10 points apiece with those specimens. 24 seconds remaining as teams look to ascend in the late game.
49-57 appears to have suffered a disconnect. Hopefully the FTA Alex is able to get that resolved. We've got bots all over the place inside the Ascender. 13371 Sendy Sandstoners climbing up to pull off their very reliable level 3 that we've seen so many times today. Shark bots also attempting their level 2, Mob scoring a level 1.
Nice, Sendy was able to work that out. They were up and down. You have to be clear of the bar for that level 3. Bradley's giving them the okay to come on down.
Alrighty, I hear we have the scores for the previous match. Let's get those on the board. Blue wins with a score of 340 to Reds 79, putting 14903 in third place and 13371 in a close fourth.
So Sharkbots holds steady with that, sitting on that beautiful top 11 score, 14903.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for match number 37. Starting off from Albany, New York, it's team 4809. Botman.
How many times a year do you think they hear that? From you and me, at least 4.
I'm sure.
I love it.
Every single match I've done it. And swimming up next to him from Rybrook, New York, it's 4654, the Jellyfish.
And they are facing off against our friends, 27364. It's our rookie team, the Battery Battalion. And one of the oldest teams in our region, 6347. It's Nerds of a Feather. We are going to check in with Jellyfish and Botman. Can we get a thumbs up out of the Blue Alliance, please? We're going to wait for Botman. I see them getting active with their controller. No rush. We want to make things sure all things are in order. You heard me call out the old team, new team. We are giving rookie numbers to 29,000 teams now, 6347. Nerds, they've been around a minute. Botman even earlier. Battery Battalion. Nerds, thumbs up, excellent. Referees, thumbs up. Scorekeepers, thumbs up. Jerry, over to you, buddy.
All righty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, Jellyfish, nice and active, scoring their first specimen on that high bar.
Jellyfish going it alone right now, Jerry. Only bot active, another one of our older teams in the section.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see today, especially, you don't need to have necessarily the fastest bot. It's all about reliability, especially during the teleop period.
I think my eyes got it right, Jerry. It's interesting. Their first specimen, they hung from underneath, but the second one, they came down on top. That's an interesting that their gripper works both ways.
They're using that first specimen as their wall attach point during the staging.
Nerds goes to the high chamber, up, 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 down, down, down. 10 points for the Red Alliance as Battery Battalion goes to the yellow samples off the spike marks, scoring in the high basket. They do 8 points to the Red Alliance.
One of the things you might not be able to see on the live stream, but you could definitely see right up here up close with the bots, is just how many googly eyes are on Jellyfish's robot. There are at least 8 sets of googly eyes I can see across this bot.
We've got Battery Battalion working to harvest another neutral yellow sample off the near field to the audience. Nerds coming back to the observation zone. They've got 4 specimens locked and loaded for high chamber hangs.
Interesting strategy we can see over here that Botman's using. Instead of handing their specimens to their robot like so many teams have been doing today, they've actually preset them at an angle in the ascent zone for their bot to grab.
96-26 as we cross the 1-minute mark on qualification match number 37.
46-54, the Jellyfish working on lining up for their endgame position.
Advantage on chamber specimens, blue 6, red 3 at this point. Nerds, this is awesome. Nerds looking to get a sample out of Battery Battalion so the battalion can keep playing.
That's a great method, especially using that intake design they have going on there too.
They gave it a try, but they decided to get back to scoring with 30 seconds remaining. We enter endgame as Battery Battalion looks to get on the sub.
No worries though, even though there is that sample stuck in there, they are still allowed to hang even with it attached. Botman narrowly avoiding becoming disabled due to that sample. Let's get these bots up in the air.
No. Okay. Yep.
That is a level 2 for both Blue Alliance teams.
And that's our first low chamber hang, I think, of the weekend.
That is our first low chamber of the weekend. Yeah. All right, let's get the scores of the previous match up on the board. And in match number 37, Blue wins with a score of 146 to Red's 77, putting the Jellyfish in seed number 6 and 4809 at rank 18. Let's get ready to meet our teams, starting off with the Red Alliance from Corning, New York. It's team 5485 Gorilla Bots. And flying in next one from Port Chester, New York, it's number 18, the Techno Chicks.
We've got team 7486. It's Zephyr Robotics partnered up with, from the West Fulton Fire Department, it's 27239, the West Fulton Firebots. FTA Alex hard at work as always, checking inits with our teams. Thumbs up out of the red box. Excellent. Alex clears the field. Let's make it official for gameplay. Gorilla Bots, Techno Chicks, thumbs up. Blue Alliance, thumbs up. Excellent. Referees and our scorekeepers, we are ready. Jerry, I'll hand it to you.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
West Fulton goes to the high chamber with their first specimen. Much more successful than last game. Excellent. Meanwhile, Suffern goes to the high basket with their, first sample. 18 points for the Blue Alliance so far.
We can see over here on the Red Alliance Gorillabot scoring on that high chamber now 2 specimens, though one is not fully locked, setting up 3 over the course of their autonomous.
I love what the West Fulton team has programmed in on their autonomous. They do a little fact check to make sure that they've got the right alignment with the human player. Good park.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Start of the teleop period, all 4 bots remain in motion. Techno Chicks lining back up to score in their high goal. Meanwhile, Gorilla Bots attempting to pick up the remaining specimens that they had dropped during auto.
Sorry for stepping on you there. 74-86 sample play off the floor. Suffering going for the high basket with another 8-point score. They get it. Meanwhile, 27-39, West Fulton is in and out of the submersible with their compliant wheels, harvesting samples, turning them into specimens. Good gameplay from their human player, good communication to stay out and stay clear of any fouls.
Gorilla Bots 54-85 continuing to score in the high goal. Interesting strategy we've seen with Techno Chicks and Gorilla Bots actually switching their strengths. Since Gorilla Bots has that faster cycle time, they're aiming to fill up those goals, whereas Techno Chicks continues to feed the specimens to the human player.
Red Alliance has pulled ahead by almost 20 points, now a little bit more, 101-85, 1 minute to play in match number 38. It's specimen play 5v4 in favor of Blue at this point, but again, Red's ahead with strong Gorilla Bots play up there with you, Jerry, on that high basket. Suffern facing some challenges for the same gameplay out of the sub. That active intake of theirs has been a little bit temperamental this morning.
Yes, indeed. We can see over on the Red Alliance 5485, Gorilla Bots continuing to fill up that high basket, now switching to their Alliance-specific red colors. Meanwhile, Techno Chicks, human player, acting as a spotter and route planner to define where their specimens are going to come from, and racking those specimens up on the ascender.
Cameron, the human player for Fulton, directing her driver around Suffern to get up into the yoga hang. Watch this transformer bot on the far side. Really, really cool mechanical design that can get them up to the third ascent, I should say.
Will we have 4 hanging robots?
Looks like Suffern.
That is at least a hang on all bots.
I think Corey's going to get underneath 18 there to check for a level 2, looking for an airdrop.
Alrighty, let's get the scores for qualification. 38 on the board. And in match number 38, Red wins with a score of 190 to Blues 136. 190 to 136.
We're back at field number 1, qualification match number 39. We're going to see our first ranked team, that's Team Beta, 83-97, teamed up with 12-8-33 with their orange hair. That's Mechanical Meltdown. Give it up for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance sees 42-43. The Iron Devils teamed up with 69-96. That's Oncoming Storm.
Alrighty, and with that, Blue Alliance, are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready, so let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Meltdown and Beta both come to life. Meltdown up high on the basket. Beta goes to the high chamber for their first specimen score of the match.
Oncoming Storm, a little bit misaligned on the start of their auto. No worries, though. They were able to at least collect another specimen to be made.
Beta comes up just short with their second specimen. Looks like the gripper didn't have a good purchase on it. MechMelt goes for their 4th sample, just tosses it right in the upper basket, and does not make contact with the sub.
3, 2, 1.
Entering the driver control period, we can see Oncoming Storm quickly picking up the rest of those red samples to convert into specimens. Their arm is unfortunately positioned a little bit too low, making it difficult for them to continue to grab them.
MechMelt with its dual compliant wheel intake in and out of the submersible, scoring again to the high basket. Beta harvesting all of the samples off the floor. They'll convert those. They're going to reclaim that lost specimen, have Miriam, their human player, reposition it for scoring on the high chamber.
Over here on the Red Alliance, 42-43, the Iron Devils continuing to score into that high basket. You can see once again using that pass-through system. They do also have a color sensor on the end of their intake mechanism so that they can identify the red elements versus yellow elements.
Beta dips into the sub, gets another blue sample. They've got now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 specimens ready to go. That'll be worth 50 points if they can score them all in the high chamber.
We can see Iron Devils dropping another sample inside of their robot. Hopefully they're able to get that dislodged. Still plenty of time left in the match for them.
MechMelt looking for more samples to bring over on basket play on the far side. They score one more. That's 8 points to the Blue Alliance.
Interesting design-wise, I know we've been talking about cable management all day today, but 12833 is utilizing a telephone-style cable that actually self-coils back into a tight little package.
157 to 62 as we approach endgame.
Entering the endgame period, all 4 of these bots are able to hang, so let's see how we do. Oncoming Storm, you can see once again, that is a cable drive mechanism that they use to deploy and retract their hang arms.
How many climbs do we have here, Jerry?
That's at least level 1s for everybody. Let's see if we can get 42-43 up in the air. Iron Devils moving their way up. That looks like level 2s for each of the Red Alliance and a 1 and a 2 for the Blue.
I love this MechMelt bot. It's just like swinging like a little kid on a tire swing, just hanging out.
It's awesome.
It's like, give me 15 points. Give me 15 points. If we could, we'll take a score, Jay. Let's go ahead and push that to the big boards. This should be what, match 39?
And in match number 39, blue wins with a score of 203 to Red's 100. That leaves 8397 Beta in the first place spot. Alrighty, we are already at qualification match number 40. So let's get ready to meet our team. Starting off from Red Hook, New York, it is team 6567 Robo Raiders. And joining them from Tully, New York, it's 8863, the Precision Cut-Ups. Over on the blue lines from Binghamton, New York, it is 6454 Saints Robotics. And joining the blue lines from Warwick, New York, it's 21580 Warwick Wildcats.
Do keep in mind that we have 2
Alrighty, Red Alliance, are you ready?
hours to run 12 matches. If we stop at 52.
Red Alliance is ready. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots are in motion. The Robo Raiders scoring 1 specimen on that high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Precision Cut Up scoring 2, potentially 3. Yep, looks like 3 up in that high basket. Looking over to the other side, Warwick Wildcats scoring 2 in the high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Saints Robotics attempts to score twice on the high bar. Scoring but not latching 1 specimen on the high bar for the Blue Alliance. Coming back to the Red Alliance, we are at 3 scored on the lander.
Wildcats goes back to the 4 for their last sample up to the high basket. They score it for another 8 points as Saints makes a run to the observation zone.
Coming back over to the Red Alliance, the Robo Raiders are working hard to pick up those Alliance-specific red elements, bring them over to get converted into specimens, and then hang them back on the lander. Meanwhile, their Alliance partner, 8863, the Precision Cut-Ups, filling up that high basket just as quickly as I could talk.
Jerry, I can barely keep up with how fast that Precision Cut-Up spot is.
That is a very fast robot.
Again, if you're just joining us, they're currently on the 11th top score in the world with 14,903 Sharkbots for match 32. Saints comes back in on the sub to harvest a wayward specimen. They'll bring it back to their human players so they can reposition and score it. Wildcats looking for another blue or yellow sample out of the bottom so they can go to the basket.
We can see back over on the Red Alliance that the Robo Raiders attempted to score a 4th specimen, unfortunately failed. You can see how quickly that human player is getting out of the way of those robots, because those robots come at them fast. How's Blue Alliance doing?
The human player listened to the referee, getting her hand out of there. I love it. Advantage Red, 5 specimens to Blues 2 on the high chambers. We'll see if Saints can convert here late in the game.
We can see actually a driver assist feature on 6567's robot. They have a single button press mechanism that is driving it in and closing the gripper on their specimen grab mechanism.
12 seconds remaining, 10 now. And that'll do it.
That looks like a level 2 hang for the Red Alliance and a 1 and a 2 for Blue.
Let's push a score from the last one. We'll bring that to you. This will be the match number 40. Match number 40 goes to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance wins with a score of 267 to 150. Another clean game. That ups Precision Cut-Ups to 3rd position. 65-67 Raiders goes up to the 6th position. Let's meet these teams over here with me in the Red Alliance. It's Nerds of a Feather, team 63-47. And sticking with our feathery theme in the Red Alliance, it's team 16-700. That's the J-Bots.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have team 17222 Proda, joined by 25707 Solar Flare.
This will be match number 41. Blue Alliance, we're looking for a thumbs up. Proda, Solar Flare. Proda, excellent. Red Alliance, thumbs up. J-Bots, excellent. Referees say yes. Scorekeeper, Jay. There we go, thumbs up. We are gonna kick this match off in 3, 2, 1.
Start of the match, both Blue Alliance robots in motion. We have some very fast cycle times. Proto working to bring elements back to convert into specimens. Meanwhile, Solar Flare scoring 3, now 4 Alliance neutral elements in the high basket.
J-Bots comes up just short on 2 specimens. Looks like they're gonna miss their third, unfortunately. A little bit off the mark with their human player. Can they get this last one? No. 129 to 40 advantage over on the blue side, Jerry. Nerds is doing a little bit of cleanup after the J-Bots here with their red specimens, getting those back to the human player to make sure they're available for scoring here in Teleop.
We can see over here on the Blue Alliance, Proto cycling very quickly back, spitting out those Alliance neutral samples. They only want those Blue Alliance specific ones that they can convert as many as possible into specimens. Meanwhile, over here, their Alliance partner, Solar Flare, filling up that high basket. You can see utilizing another big 3D printed scoop mechanism. Gives them a lot of room for motion inside their bot as they move around.
We've got J-Bots on the yellow samples out on the far side off the spike marks. Gripper to gripper exchange. Oh, they come up just short. That one's going to be headed for the high basket if they can get that exchange right. Meanwhile, the J-Bots human player for the Red Alliance has 4 specimens ready to go to score to the high chamber.
On the outside here, we can see 17222 Proto scoring a 3rd specimen on that high chamber.
227 to 88, 45 seconds to play in qualification match number 41.
Solar Flare overflowing that high basket right now. We'll see how many more they can get in there without descoring any elements.
It's kind of like Jenga or something.
God, don't bring me back to Skystone like that.
That basket has no control on it at all, and they are placing with some precision. That's really incredible to see.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, Solar Flare props.
That is a very full basket. Oh, no.
They wanted to give that one to you, Jerry.
Yeah.
0 points, though.
Solar Flare achieving a level 2 hang. Proto attempting a level 3. That is 2
done.
hanging Blue Alliance robots. A very full bin for the Blue Alliance. What a match. Let's get those scores on the board.
We've got the thumbs up. Let's see it.
And in qualification match number 41, Blue wins with a score of 339 to Red's 163.
That moves Solar Flare up into 3rd position. Let's meet some teams over on your side, buddy.
Yeah, let's get ready. So, starting off on the Red Alliance from Buffalo, New York, it's 12736 Electric Mayhem Green. And joining them all the way from the North Country in Potsdam, New York, it's 13371 Sendy Sandstoners.
We've got Scarsdale Robo Raiders, that's 12331, teamed up with Team 4809 from the Albany Academies, it's Botman. Red Alliance, we'd like to check in. Sandy, Electric Green, we need a thumbs up from you guys. Blue Alliance, solid, double, bot, excellent. Referees and our scorekeepers, we are good to go. This is gonna be match number 42. We are 10 away from lunch in 3, 2, 1.
Start of the match, we got 3 bots in motion. 12736 Mayhem Green. Appears to be a little bit stuck on something there. They're wobbling all over the place. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved. No worries though, their alliance partner, Sendy Sandstoners, quickly setting up several specimens.
Scarsdale comes in, you hear a cheer as they picked up, I think they got 4, maybe 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clips successfully. They are now loaded for that automated bot. And of course, what that does for the Blue Alliances means that they reduce their cycle time back and forth from the sub to the high chamber. They can make those specimens on demand out on field. Botman harvest yellow samples. Go ahead, Jerry.
Over on the Red Alliance, 13371 recovering one of the specimens that they had dropped earlier in the match, as well as another sample to turn into a specimen. They're banking all those to get ready for the middle section of the game. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Mayhem Green, still seems to be having some motion issues, becoming a defensive bot, starting to make some contact with Scarsdale over there. How's Blue Alliance looking?
A little bit of Mayhem Green coming over to say hello to the suffering bot. Maybe they want to take a closer look as Botman returns to the bottom of the sub for a sample. They're going to take that up to the high basket as Green continues its tour of the field.
Oh, I can see what's happened on Mayhem Green. You can actually see their intake is getting lodged, stuck underneath. They seem to have a mechanism failure that's causing it to fall, and then they lose traction with their front mecanum wheels there, making them lose the ability to move.
That contact is legal. The referees will wave them off when they've exceeded that limit. Nice little pirouette from Botman. They twisted right around Mayhem Green, said we can still score. Back to the sub they go for another sample. Scarsdale goes down. They're looking for another specimen on their automation bot.
Entering the endgame period here, we can see Sendy Sandstoners continuing to hang those specimens in their ascent zone.
100 to 60, 108 to 70 now. 17 seconds remaining. Botman goes in for one more sample out of the submersible.
Mayhem Green getting set up for a level 2 ascent. Sendy setting up for a level 2 ascent. That is 2 level 2 ascents for the Red Alliance. Sendy going for a level 3. Sendy has achieved a level 3. Very reliable level 3 ascent.
112 to 70. Quite a bit more defensive play in that one, Jerry, than we've seen so far today from Electric Mayhem Green.
Very, very defensive on the part of Mayhem Green. Great to see how reliable Sendy has been with their level 3 hang, though. So let's get the scores for match 42 up on the board. And in qualification match number 42, Blue wins with a score of 141 to Red's 120. Alrighty, let's meet our teams, starting with the Blue Alliance. We have from Plattsburgh, New York, its team 8397 Beta. And joining them in the blue square from Corning, New York, it's 5356 TARDIS.
And we just saw Electric Mayhem Green. Now it's time for 12737 Electric Mayhem White. They are playing with Team 18. So easy to say, it's the Techno Chicks. That is our Red Alliance. Red Alliance, we're looking for a thumbs up. Blue Alliance, looking for a thumbs up. Referees, scorekeepers, Jerry, over to you, my friend.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots in motion. 5356 TARDIS scoring 1 specimen to begin with. 8397 scoring in the high basket. How's the Red Alliance looking?
Techno Chicks comes up short on their first specimen. White makes work of 2 samples up to the high basket, comes up short on their 3rd sample off the ground. As does Techno Chicks, they come up empty-handed to the high chamber.
That is an issue we've seen with Techno Chicks a couple times today. That servo motor seems to keep getting stuck on top of their bar as they go to hang. Ending the autonomous period, TARDIS with 3 specimens hanging.
3 points for Techno Chicks on the park. All bots healthy as we enter teleop. 92 to 35, a minute 50 remaining.
Start of the teleop, 8397 Beta scoring a 3rd in the high goal there. 5356 TARDIS pushing more samples back to convert to specimens. With their very efficient mechanism, they only drop and pick up a sample and specimen, respectively, at the same time.
Want to shout out our human player over here on Team 18. Really good directions to her drivers from the Techno Chicks. Communication can make such a difference in the stress of gameplay. Electric Mayhem White goes up top for another basket. Looks like 5 for them now. 128 to 59, 115 remaining in qualification match 43.
Yeah, we can see back over here on the Red Alliance, 8397 Beta continuing to score in that high goal. That seems to be their specialty so far in this match today, whereas 53-56 has that pass-through mechanisms. They don't need to spin around as much when scoring specimens.
White goes back to the high basket as their LEDs flash. Another basket score. Techno Chicks comes in for their 4th specimen for the Red Alliance, 40 points.
Indeed, and we can see as well 83-97 continuing in that high basket. 53-56, as I was saying, one of the major benefits is they don't need to spin around, so that saves a lot of time during their cycle.
184-115 as we approach endgame. 194 now to the Blue Alliance. Techno Chicks comes back into the observation zone. That communication from their human player, just outstanding. Mayhem White goes up with a red sample to the high basket.
Entering endgame here, we can see 83-97 Team Beta continuing to score in the high goal, getting some Alliance-specific blue markers up there. Meanwhile, their counterpart 53-56 TARDIS racking up those specimens on the high rail. As robots get ready to hang, let's see how we do. 53-56 setting up, and
246 to 133 before we score out those ascents. That's the raw score out of Teleop. We'll let Corey, Bradley, David, the rest of the crew here and our referees do their work. Let's get back over to our scores. Go ahead and push that one, gentlemen.
So we're hearing actually.
This one's going to go to our friends in the Blue Alliance. This is coming off of match 43. Really strong scores all day long. 261 to 168. That puts TARDIS up in 4th position. Beta maintains their clinch on 1st.
Alrighty, let's get ready to meet our teams for qualification match number 44. Starting with the Red Alliance from Ballston Spa, New York, it is team 6955 RoboVines. And joining them in the red square today from Corning, New York, it is 5485 GorillaBots.
We've got 4957. That's the Fayetteville Manulus Metal Stingers in the Blue Alliance. They are paired up with our current 4th ranked team on their way to being a captain perhaps later this afternoon. That's team 8863. It's the Precision Cut-Ups.
Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. All 4 bots in motion at the start of the match. 5485 GorillaBots immediately scoring their first specimen on the board, getting 2 more set up and ready to go immediately.
Precision Cut-Ups with their active intake up and down from that high basket into their custom 3D printed receiver. 4 quick scores. Are they going to go to the sub for 1? Yes, and can they go 5? Nicely done.
Back on the Red Alliance, 6955 RoboVines scoring 2 in the high goal. GorillaBots missing 2 of their placements, but don't worry, they got 3 on the rail.
Stingers 4957 looking to come alive in Teleop. Justin. Precision Cut-Ups back and forth to the sub as they go to the high basket. And
look to see FM Hornets working with the FTA to resolve a communications issue. 6955 RoboVines continuing to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, GorillaBots settling it down for him by hitting the edge of the arena.
139 to 88 in the early going. Red advantage, 125 left in qualification match number 44. Stingers looking to still come alive in this match. Precision Cut-Ups, uncharacteristic, dead in the backfield. Not sure.
Precision Cut-Ups also waiting for an FTA.
Yeah. Blue Alliance is meeting with some frustration here as Red continues to make quick work of scoring. Now everybody's alive. Good to see motion on all 4 bots.
Once again, we can see over here on the Red Alliance the banking system that these teams have been utilizing throughout the course of the day, making sure that they have plenty of specimens ready to go at a moment's notice.
You might say it's a good investment.
Means they don't need to waste time assembling additional specimens as samples are brought to them. Every sample they bring, they can immediately hand out a specimen before building the next one.
Red crosses the 200-point threshold with 40 seconds left. 219 to 112 as the Blue Alliance looks to play catch-up. Metal Stingers have been out of it this match.
As we enter the endgame here, 8863 appears to have resumed control of their robot. However, their alliance partner 4957, FM Hornets, still appears to be having some trouble. Hopefully they can get that resolved before next match. Back on the Red Alliance, 54-85 Gorillabots filling up that high basket while their alliance partner, Robovines, continues to sweep them into their scoring zone.
Cut-Up's getting the call from their human player to go hang, hang, hang. They got to get both candy canes up.
We'll see how they call that. That's definitely 2 level 1 hangs for the Red Alliance. We'll see what they call for the Blue Alliance.
So we've got a score in the pipeline. Go ahead and push it. This should be the score from, I believe, 44. That is going to go to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance wins 278 to 161. That takes Gorillabots up into 12th position, Robovines into the 11th. Precision Cut-Ups had that technical issue. They fall down just a little bit there. They've had a strong day. Still plenty of gameplay remaining for these teams. We've got 2 teams over here on match 45 that know each other pretty well. Down in the Hudson Valley, it's going to be team 10-9-49, the Mechanical Operations Bureau. You know them as Mob Robotics. They are paired up with 2203. That's Vulcan Robotics.
Over here
and
on
orange,
the Blue Alliance, swimming up from Red Hook, New York, it's 65-67, the Robo Raiders. And joining them from Rybrook, New York, it's 46-54, the Jellyfish. And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Motion from all 4 bots. We're going to see if Mob has overcome their mechanical issues that have been haunting them all day. They push a sample into their human player in the observation zone for the Red Alliance. Vulcan goes back for a second sample off the spike marks, scores it to the high basket.
Start of the match, Robo Raiders have 2 samples in their high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Jellyfish, have 2 specimens hanging on the ascender.
Vulcan goes for 3 from the floor, tries for 1 more off of the bottom of the submersible, doesn't get it.
Jellyfish have 3 on the ascender, moving into Teleop.
Human players switch out for the Red Alliance as we get going into Teleop. Mob's hooks deployed there for a second. Hopefully, yeah, they retracted. That's good. That could have been an entanglement issue. Cerberus, the Vulcan robot, comes into the observation zone looking for their first specimen, comes up just short. How are things on blue, Jerry?
Yeah, we hear a little bit of grinding over here on 65-67 Robo Raiders bot. Hopefully that's nothing important. I think it's just a chain bottoming out. Not to worry though, 46-54, the Jellyfish continuing to hang those specimens. We're now at 4 for the Blue Alliance set over here.
Vulcan comes back to the observation zone yet again. Specimen there. Mob much more functional this match than the last few. Good to see them alive. Hopefully healthy. We'll see how productive they can be offensively here in Teleop. Vulcan's got 3 specimens racked and stacked. Those will be good for 10 points apiece on the high chamber.
Really interesting design. We can see over here on 65-67, once again using that kind of V gantry system for management of their linear slides down at the bottom, continuing to fill up that high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 46-54, slowly but steadily filling up that high bar, trying to compete with Vulcan's impressive auto.
Vulcan goes in with a commanding clip to that high chamber. Here comes their 6th high chamber specimen. All right, we'll see if they leave that one there. Not fully engaged, they might de-score it. They're gonna have to be careful as they harvest another one off the floor. Mob goes to the high basket. One of Mob's hooks is deployed already for hang. They gotta be careful they don't get entangled with another bot. Jerry, this is a close one. The hangs could make it 196 to 151.
This is going to be a really close match, indeed. Right now we're at 141-196, favoring blue. 65-67 having a few stuck issues. Seem to have that resolved now. Meanwhile, 46-54 getting set up for their hang. That looks like one hanging robot. See what the refs say.
And that does favor blue, who were out in the lead on the Teleop raw score.
Yeah, let's get the scores from that last match up on the board. And in qualification match 45, blue wins with a score of 219 to Red's 162. That puts Robo Raiders at 4th seed and Jellyfish at 5th seed. Yeah, let's meet our teams for match 46. Starting off from Warwick, New York, it's team 21580 Warwick Wildcats. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Penfield, New York, it is 6996 Oncoming Storm.
Over here next to me in the Blue Alliance box, we've got team 22612. That's New Wave. And in a new wave of their own, it's 27364, our rookies, the Battery Battalion. So we've got the thumbs up from the referees and scorekeepers. All right, here comes match number 46 in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we get it. We get it.
So for those of you who missed that, we are restarting the match. The timing system on the computer started a couple seconds after all the robots did. Unfortunately, that is a little bit too long for us, so we're going to reset and run that again, hopefully a little faster this time.
All right, let's do a cycle again.
Yeah, all right, and with that, Red Alliance, you ready? Blue Alliance, referees. Bradley.
Referees.
Scorekeeper. Not yet.
We're gonna get this one right.
We're gonna do it.
We'll make it. Okay, we got it? All right, let's try this again. In 3, 2, 1.
There
That's
we
what we
go.
like to
We got
hear.
motion on 3 bots. 6996. Oncoming Storm attempting their first specimen, unfortunately missing it ever so slightly. Their alliance partner, Battery Battalion, Warwick, scoring 1 in the upper goal. How's Blue Alliance looking? Over.
New Wave is scored into the net zone and into the high basket. Sorry, I was paying attention to the human player coaching her driver. Really good communication from New Wave.
3, 2, 1.
Battery Battalion alive over here in the Blue Alliance as they do sample play to their human player in the observation zone. They are gonna bank specimens to the wall.
Over here on the Red Alliance creating additional specimens, dropping off some more samples. Good communication with their human player to attempt to pick those up. They are unfortunately a little bit snagged on the wall there. There we go, they got it up in the air. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Warwick Robotics continuing to fill up that high goal forearm while Oncoming Storm focuses on specimens. How's Blue Alliance looking, Mike?
Really efficient work out of Battery Battalion. Good communication from this rookie team. They've been a pleasure to watch all season long. New Wave getting up into the high basket. They fell short into the net zone. I think they're gonna pick that up and rescore it. Worth more up high than down low. Back to you.
Yeah, back over here on the red side, 6996 attempting to pick up another sample from inside. They do have a specimen on the outside they could just grab. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Warwick Wildcats continuing to pick up those alliance neutral.
87-70, quite close here. Under 55 seconds to play, 95-80. It keeps on pitching back and forth. Battery Battalion goes back to their observation zone for one more specimen to hang on the high chamber. New Wave, meanwhile, continues their basket play with the yellow neutral samples. 8 more points to the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, we definitely have time for a couple more specimens to get on here before we enter the end game.
Remember that those ascents, as we enter endgame, those ascents are worth 15 and 30 points respectively. So this differential, 113 to 98, when we say it's anybody's game, it truly is at this point.
All right, we can see on the Red Alliance, Warwick setting up for their hang, as is Oncoming Storm. Oncoming Storm pulling off their level 2 hang.
All 4 bots angling for it. Can they get up?
New Wave with a level 2 hang. Battery Battalion with level 2 hang. That is 4 hanging robots.
4 for 4 from Bradley. 4 for 4 for the level 2 hangs.
All right, let's get the scores for match 46 on the board. And in qualification match number 46, Red wins with a score of 158 to Blues 138. That keeps Oncoming Storm as the 7th seed. Well, Warwick Wildcats moves up to number 12.
Time to meet some teams. Over here on the Blue Alliance, it's 74-86. That's Suffern Robotics in there, blue. It's appropriate. Love to see it. Our Sharkbots, 14-9-03, join them on the Blue Alliance. That incredible performance earlier.
Over here on the Red Alliance from Peekskill, it's 42-43, the Iron Devils. And joining them from Burnt Hills, New York, 74-20, Mecha Spartans. And with that, it appears that our teams are ready. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
3 of our 4 bots in motion. Looks like Iron Devils are sitting idle. Sharkbots in and out with quick sample conversions with their human player in the observation zone. Watch this dance take place. Spins out to the high chamber, spins back to the OZ. Delicate, as you can believe, 13 by 13 by 13 inch bot here, design constraint for them.
Over here on the Red Alliance, 7420 has parked their bot. That is all they're going to be doing for auto this period. Let's take another look at the blue.
We talked with the Sharkbots yesterday about their designs.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
They've got a parallel plate design that they conceived of early in the season as they swipe their specimens to the far end of the chamber. They knew they wanted to design on a 13-cube bot and visit the bot and the team in the pits later this afternoon.
Yeah, we can see over here 7420 Mecha Spartans picking up a red sample. Unfortunately, not realizing that they were already preloaded with a yellow sample from the start of the game.
I want to give a shout out to 7420 on their side. It's a beautiful bot. The mural, the decorations there, I absolutely love it. On brand with the theme.
Oh, definitely. Some of the best artwork I've ever seen on a side panel of a robot here in the Excelsior region.
Suffern using their 3D printed active intake to get samples off the deck as they come back down. Looks like they're having a little bit of a mechanical issue with their lift. I don't see, there it is, comes alive. Can they get this sample and hang it at the, or drop it at the basket?
We can see over here 4243, the Iron Devils from Peekskill, continuing to pick up those Red Alliance specific samples and score them in the high basket.
Sharkbots missed 1 specimen uncharacteristically off the chamber. I'm going to be curious if they clean that up. They've got 4, now 5 more left on the wall for them to score 10 points each on that high chamber. Plenty of time left in the game.
Sharkbots has clearly proven to have a very reliable cycle here, filling up that bar. I'm curious to see at some point today if we're going to see a full high bar. I have a feeling we will as we get later in the afternoon.
I think that. Yep, there they go. They're going to get the easy pickings of that specimen off the deck. Come get a yellow sample. They're going to put that up in the basket while the human player repositions. They should have enough time to clear this, scoot around Suffern, and hang.
Yeah, we can see our teams over here getting ready to hang. Oh!
That was, they came in for the sample, scored it, came back for the specimen, scored it, scooted around Suffern, hung, all in like 5.5 seconds. Jerry, to you for a score.
Yeah, let's get the scores for match 47 up on the board. And in qualification match number 47, Blue wins with a score of 274 to Reds 117. That leaves Sharkbots as the number 2 seed, while Suffern moves up to 12.
Over on the Red Alliance, it's the West Fulton Firebots, 27-239. They are now partnered up with Team 12-833 with their trademark orange beaker hair. It's Mechanical Meltdown.
And over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 5484, the Enderbots from Corning, New York. And joining them from Binghamton, New York, it's 6454, Saints Robotics.
We ready for a checkout?
Indeed we are. Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Saints. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots are in motion. 27329 appears to be getting a little bit hung up on the ascender there. Almost flipped over, no worries, they were able to save it. 12833, scoring 1 on the high goal, lining up for a second. How's Blue Alliance looking?
We have seen Enderbots score 5 specimens on the high chamber. They missed 2, though, on the sweep, so we'll go 3, 30 points. Saints, meanwhile, 3 high in the basket. They get their 4th. Will they score it? Just excellent work. 62-16.
Start of the teleop period, all 4 bots in motion.
127-35, advantage Blue, with Enderbots harvesting 2 more samples carefully off the floor. They've got to control 1 at a time. They kind of kicked 1 out of position, but it did the job.
You can see over here West Fulton hanging their first specimen up on that high bar. Meanwhile, Mechanical Meltdown continuing to fill up that basket.
Saints goes back to the high basket, speaking of baskets, with another yellow neutral sample they get from the bottom of the submersible. Enderbots making a run to their human player. Good communication from the Blue Alliance here as Enderbots looks to mix it up with Mechanical Meltdown, a near neighbor or cousin bot, if you will, here in the submersible, vying for control of more samples.
Yeah, once again, we can see over here on the Red Alliance, West Fulton having a little bit of trouble in taking some of those specimens. No worries though, they just picked up that next one. Meanwhile, their Alliance partner, Mechanical Meltdown, has swept the floor of all remaining Alliance neutral colors, attempting to go into the ascender to pick up the remainers.
Saints 64-54 in and out of the submersible. 159-83 lead for the Blue Alliance as we cross the 45-second mark in teleop. Enderbots goes back to the high chamber with another specimen. That's good for 10 points.
As we enter the end game here, we can see West Fulton Firebots lining up to hang. Meanwhile, their Alliance partner, Mechanical Meltdown, also attempting to hang. How's Blue doing, Mike?
Saints comes back for 1 more basket, high 8 points to the Blue Alliance. Enderbots for another 10 to the high chamber. They're going to return to their human player 1 more time. I'll be interested to see if they can come around the corner and hang as well. Saints looks like they're not quite
That's a
up
level
yet.
3 for West Fulton Firebots. Alrighty, let's get the scores for the previous matchup on the board.
We are looking at...
This is match 48.
to go Blue.
Blue wins with a score of 230 to Red's 175. Moving the Enderbots up into 9th place, as well as Saints Robotics moving to 22. We're getting set up for match number 49. Let's get ready to meet our teams. Starting off from Corning, New York, it's team 5485 Gorilla Bots. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Plattsburgh, New York, it's 8397 Beta. Over on the Blue Alliance from Cross River, New York, it's 10949 Mob. And from Albany, New York, it's 4809 Botman. Alrighty, teams made their final preparations. Let's get ready to start qualification match number 49. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, 3 bots in motion. 4809 Botman attempting their first specimen hang, unfortunately dropping it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Beta has successfully hung their first specimen, while their Alliance partner, Gorilla Bots, has made 3 more and is hanging their first. Did drop inside, but it was automatically ejected, which is pretty cool. They do have 2 on the board there. Start of the teleop period, all 4 bots are in motion, with 5485 Gorilla Bots continuing to set up those specimens. Coming over to the Blue Alliance Mob, setting up their first sample to go in the high goal. Meanwhile, Botman pushing some remaining samples in to their zone to become specimens. 83-97 Beta scoring into their high goal, a second Alliance neutral sample. Back on the Red Alliance, 54-85 Gorilla Bots. Continuing with their tried and true method we've seen so many times today, they are setting up a ton of specimens so that over the course of the game they can just start pulling them. 109-49 Mob pushing 3 Alliance neutral into their blue corner there. Meanwhile, 4809 Botman, once again, they have a little bit of a unique setup there. You can see they're actually picking up from the ground as opposed to from the wall like many other teams do. Gorilla Bots, now having set up so many specimens, are busy getting them racked onto the Ascender. 83-97 Beta continuing to pull out some red samples to end up in that high basket. Coming back over to the Blue Alliance, 109-49 Mob, picking out even more Alliance neutral samples to end up in their basket area. 4809 Botman placing a 4th on their high bar. As we enter the end game here, our score is 173-46, advantage red. Bots getting ready to hang. Botman attempting their level 2 hang. Gorilla Bots still getting in those final couple specimens before they attempt to hang. Botman attempting a hang, and Beta attempting a hang. That is 4 hanging robots. We'll leave it up to the refs to call how high.
We'll look for a score for match 49 here. If our scorekeeper could push it, please. Yeah, we'll give that to you. Match number 49, that's going to go over to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance wins with a score of 241-84. Beta retains its hold on the first position. Gorilla Bots has been on a steady climb all day. They started down in the 20s, but they've had some really good performances. They now slip up into 8th position. Certainly a worthy candidate pick for an alliance partner in eliminations. We're gonna go into match number 50. Match number 50, just 3 more game plays until lunch, which I know is the most important thing to most of you right now. On the Red Alliance, we've got team 5356 TARDIS. And team 20203, that's Vulcan Robotics. We've got team 21580, that's the Warwick Wildcats on the Blue Alliance, and they partner with team 4957, that's the Metal Stingers. I love the Metal Stingers logo on the back of their shirts. That's a great logo. Little robotic hornet thing. There you go. All right, we are looking at match number 50, 5-0. 3 more game plays. We're gonna check in with the Red Alliance, Vulcan and TARDIS, thumbs up. Awesome. Blue Alliance, thumbs up. Referees, looking at Corey, David, we got you guys. I see you scorekeepers. This is gonna be match number 50 in 3, 2, 1.
Start of the match, all 4 bots in motion. 53-56 TARDIS scoring immediately their first preload specimen onto their high bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Vulcan Robotics, scoring 3 in the high basket.
Metal Stingers has 1 on the high chamber. They're gonna look for a second. Wildcat is stalled on the field after scoring 1 in the high basket. Vulcan comes, oh, sorry, excuse me. That's yours, Jerry.
53-56 TARDIS entering their auto a little bit early so that they remain parked in that area.
2, 1.
Now, Stingers had that specimen hanging idle in autonomous. We'll see if they can get it on the high chamber as they extricate themselves from the submersible. There they go, 10 points to the Blue Alliance.
Back over on the Red Alliance, 20203. Vulcan Robotics continuing to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, TARDIS, scoring another specimen.
Wildcats clearing the yellow samples off the spike marks, residual from autonomous. They're gonna grab one here from just outside the submersible, up to the high basket. Quick retrieval, quick harvest, 8 points to the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, their partners, the Metal Stingers, goes back to the high chamber with another specimen, drops it just shy. We'll see if they reclaim that for some easy pickings.
And we can see over on the Red Alliance, 20203, Vulcan Robotics appears to have a sample stuck inside of their bot. Hopefully they're able to get that dislodged. Meanwhile, TARDIS on the Red Alliance is continuing to score those specimens on the board.
21-580 Wildcats back to the sub for another yellow sample. They're going to bring that out to the high basket with this linkage-based 3D printed gripper. Oh no, they dropped it. We'll see if they reclaim it with their lower gripper. Looks like they're going to. Meanwhile, Stingers is doing a little bit of side play.
Yeah, we can see over here TARDIS filling up that high rail. Meanwhile, Vulcan attempts to continue to fill that basket. We'll see if they just attempt to hang from here.
Do they still have one stuck there, Jerry? Oh yeah, it looks like they do.
I think they were able to get that out. Coming into the last 15 seconds of the game, we're at 225, 140 favoring red. Let's see how these hangs shake out.
Wildcats is up.
It looks like 2 level 2s to me. Alrighty, let's get the scores for qualification match number 50 up on the board. And for match 50, red wins with a score of 243 to blues 155. That puts TARDIS as the 3rd seed and Vulcan Robotics as the 19th. All right, let's meet our teams for match number 51. Starting off from Syracuse, New York, it's team 22612, New Wave. And joining them on the Red Alliance from Clinton, New York, it is 6347, Nerds of a Feather. Over on the Blue Alliance from Peekskill, New York, it is team 4243, the Iron Devils. And joining them from Red Hook, New York, it's 6567, Robo Raiders.
FTA Alex checks out the Blue Alliance, makes sure everybody is initialized. We're good to go over here. We're gonna look to Blue Wave and Nerds for a thumb, sorry, New Wave, not Blue Wave. New Wave Nerds, thumbs up on the Red Alliance. There you go, awesome. Blue Alliance, very good. Referees and scorekeepers, we are all hungry for lunch. 2 more gameplays. Here's the first. In 3, 2, 1.
Got 2 bots in motion at the start of this round. New Wave scoring in the high basket.
Raiders goes to the high chamber with their first preloaded specimen. We're going to see if they can pick up one from their human player. Gets her hands out of the way. 20 points for the Blue Alliance off of Raiders' work on the high chamber. Just a little bit off cue from our human player here, but that'll be in reserve, banked for Teleop. Good park.
Started Teleop, we got all 4 bots in motion. 6347 Nerds of a Feather sliding their way across the field to score their first specimen. Meanwhile, their alliance partner New Wave filling up that high goal with their 3rd.
We saw Iron Devils play here in the Jorgensen Fieldhouse back in January, a very effective basket bot. They're doing that same gripper-to-gripper handoff, making quick work of the residual auto specimen or samples down on the floor. They go to the submersible to harvest another one with 130 remaining, 67-42 in the Blue Alliance's favor.
You can see New Wave having a little bit of trouble getting picked up. FTA to the Red Alliance.
Raiders in and out of the submersible, harvesting blue samples to bring to their human player. 4 specimens.
6347 has a disconnect. Unsure why they're going to be able to reconnect.
Good communication here in the Blue Alliance box. We've got now 6 specimens hung on the wall, banked, ready to score in the high chamber. 50
All right,
seconds
we have
left in the game.
On the Red Alliance, New Wave 22612 running solo for the rest of the match, sounds like, continuing to score points up in that high basket.
Raiders now 4 specimens on the high chamber. 111 to 66, 30 seconds. And end game.
As we enter the end game here, all of these bots, I believe, are capable of hanging.
Iron Devils continues their sample work. Raiders comes up just short of clipping that last one. They're going to need to make sure they don't dislodge it. It will be 10 points, but jostling that bar could de-score it. 131-74. 8 seconds to play. Will they come in for one more before the buzzer?
New wave at a level 2 hang.
Good call from the Raiders and really, really positive reinforcement team to team. Nice play. Great play from that human player, too. Over to Jerry for scores.
Alrighty, let's get the scores for match number 51 on the board. And in qualification match number 51, Blue wins with a score of 177 to Reds 89. Alrighty, as we get set up for our last match of the morning before lunch, qualification match number 52, let's meet our teams. Starting off from Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707 Solar Flare. And joining them from Bolson Spa, New York, it's 6955 Robovines.
You might say they always travel as a herd.
Oh, yeah.
Oncoming Storm over here with me in the blue box. It's team 6996 from Penfield, New York. And they are partnered with team 7486. It's Suffern Robotics. And again, as Jerry said, this will take us to lunch. We will reconvene at 1:15 with match 53. But
we will be rolling the scores for qualification match 52 immediately following this match, I was told.
Yes, and we will keep the practice fields open during lunch. So make sure you eat, take care of yourselves. Let's do a checkout, Jerry.
Yeah, with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots explode out of their starting position. 6955 Robovine scoring their first specimen. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 25707 Solar Flare had some double control issues. Seems they have that cleared out. Oh, there we go. Now it's cleared out.
Oncoming Storm has 1 on the high chamber. They're going back empty-handed. They had maybe a miscue with that human player, but they'll have specimens in reserve for Teleop. 1 in the high basket for Suffern.
Yeah, we can see Suffern is parked as we enter the driver control period.
3, 2, 1.
Coming into driver control, our scores are 68-39 favoring red. Still plenty of time left in the match.
Oncoming Storm goes to work with those specimens, loses 1 inside the submersible, unfortunately. They're gonna have to harvest more samples for their human player. A little quick work getting them to the observation zone. Suffern, using their active intake, goes back to the high basket for 8 more points for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, and we can see over here on the Red Alliance 6955 Robovines continuing their tried and true technique today of pre-setting as many specimens as they can and then rapid firing them off later in the match. Their alliance partner Solar Flare filling up that high basket. How's Blue looking?
Blue has more specimens, 3-4 now, banked to the wall with their human player, and they go and retrieve that lost specimen out of the submersible. Smart strategic play. Suffern looking for more yellow neutral samples to go to the high basket. 49-132 advantage red. 1 minute to play.
We can see over here 6955 now pivoting from their feeder mechanism into just cycling the rest of those specimens they've pre-created onto the rails. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Solar Flare capping off that high basket, trying to get it to maximum capacity as the match continues.
Oncoming Storm has 1 more specimen loaded. They're going to the high chamber, flick it into the middle of the submersible. They had a bad grab on their 3D printed gripper fingers here. We'll see if they can correct that on this one. There's endgame.
At the start of endgame, our score is 202-77 favoring red. We have the Red Alliance continuing to rack up the last of those specimens as bots get ready to hang. 6955 clearing out the remainder of their cache, while Solar Flare overflows that top bin.
Oncoming Storm heading for a ascent, as is Suffern with their tape measures. Solar Flare's got to get under. Doesn't look. Nope. They're going to get a level 1.
We'll see. Just touching that bottom rail does count as a level 1, so we'll see if Solar Flare is able to pull that.
We've got scores for match number 52. Let's talk those over, then we'll push the leaderboards. Match 52 goes to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance with a score of 264 to 142. Red gave up 25 points and fouls, as a matter of fact. It shoves Solar Flare up into 3rd position, Robovines up into 7th. Oncoming Storm slips just a little down to 9th. The stage is getting more and more set with every match for those alliance selections.
As we get ready for qualification match number 53, let's meet our teams. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have from Scarsdale, New York team 12331, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders. Joining them from Tully, New York, it's 8863 Precision Cut-Ups.
They are facing off on the Blue Alliance from Watkins Glen, New York. It's going to be team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown. And their partners, 7420, that's the Mecha Spartans. We see Corey and Bradley here with us. Jerry, take it around the horn. What do we got?
Yeah, with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance. Ready? Is ready. Referees are on a hold.
They're still having dessert from lunch.
Yeah, very
Brownies, I heard. Got it.
Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
4 bots alive, coming back from lunch. Precision Cut-Ups gets their first sample in the high basket. They've intaken their second one. They score that as well.
We can see over on the Blue Alliance Mechanical Meltdown scoring in that high basket. Meanwhile, 7420 Mecha Spartans is parked.
Scarsdale Robo Raiders has their auto load. It looks like the clips that were spilled down on the floor prevent the bot from coming in and intaking the clips. We'll hope to see that come alive in teleop.
At the start of the driver control period, we have all 4 robots in motion. 12833 Mechanical Meltdown jockeying for position to pick up from their human player. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 7420, the Mecha Spartans, attempting to score in the high basket. How's Red doing, Mike?
Scarsdale comes in with their first sample. They're going to take it down into their assembly line, add a clip to it automatically, and score it. This robot can sit in the submersible harvesting red samples, and assembling them internally to red specimens. We've seen it, we've talked about it all day. It looks like they're really hitting their stride coming back from lunch.
Yeah, we can see over here on the Red Alliance 7420 Mecha Spartans working to fill up that high basket. Meanwhile, 12833 Mechanical Meltdown picking out some more Alliance-specific samples to turn into specimens. You can see once again utilizing that banking procedure we've talked about a couple times so far today.
I've got these 2 judges off my right-hand shoulder realizing what Scarsdale is making happen here as their partner, Precision Cut-Ups, is having their second technical glitch in a row. Unfortunately, I just talked to that team. They said before lunch they had an electrostatic discharge that set them on a DC. It looks like they're suffering the same fate on the near field. Scarsdale, meanwhile, picks up another sample, brings it to their assembly line. They're going to convert it to a specimen here internally. Up to the high chamber they go. Yes, that's number 6.
As we enter the end game here, we can see 12833 Mechanical Meltdown placing their 3rd specimen, going for a 4th and getting ready to hang.
Scarsdale came back to the wall for 6 more clips. We'll see how many they can make use of in endgame. 157 to 68. Red has the lead right now with just over 10 seconds to go in the game.
Both Blue Alliance bots attempting their hangs. 12833 Mechanical Meltdown in the air, 7420 on the ground.
Certainly disappointing for Precision Cut-Ups there, their second disconnect in a row. I hope they can solve that and get one more gameplay out before we move to elimination picks.
Let's get the score 53 on the board now. And in qualification match number 53, Red wins with a score of 160 to Blues 106.
Takes Precision Cut-Ups back up into 7th position. Again, the top 6 teams will be our Alliance captains when we go through Alliance selections.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for match 54. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Rye Brook, New York. It's 4654, the Jellyfish. And joining them, a real downstate alliance here from Mamaroneck, New York, it's 14903 Sharkbots.
From Binghamton, New York, over here on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 6454. That's Saints Robotics. And the other B in upstate, that's Buffalo. They are partnered with Team 12736. It's Electric Mayhem Green. All right, we're looking for a thumbs up from the Red Alliance, Jellyfish and Sharks. Jellyfish has a thumbs up. Sharkbots? Yep. Thumbs up there from the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, thumbs up. Saints, Mayhem, referees. Beautiful. Scorekeepers, we've got it. Jerry, over to you, my friend.
Alrighty, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
All four on the move. Saints comes to the high basket with a sample, scores it for 8 points for the Blue Alliance. Mayhem gets their first one on the high chamber.
Over here on the Red Alliance, Jellyfish attempting to score in that high goal. A little bit misaligned, so I doubt they're going to be able to keep going there. However, Sharkbots making up for it with 3 on that high rail for him for the Red Alliance. How's Blue doing, Mike?
Mayhem. All four alive in Teleop in match number 54. Mayhem Green harvesting samples back to their observation zone to their human player. 2 in the high chamber versus 4 to the red. Advantage red right now in the early going.
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Sharkbots filling up 2 in that high basket. Continuing on with Jellyfish attempting to pick out some Red Alliance specific samples to turn into specimens for Sharkbot to hang.
And I misspoke there. Well, now it's 115, 115. So we'll just let this one play out. Back and forth goes the score, 123, 123. These alliances matching each other score for score. Mayhem Green in the bottom of the sub, harvesting pieces, samples that is. Saints doing the same. Yellow neutral samples go to the high basket for 8 more points for the Blue Alliance. Saints comes back to the high basket as Mayhem goes into their observation zone, grabs a specimen from their human player. Up to the high chamber it goes. They're going to see if they can play catch-up. They have 3 more banked there, each one worth 10 points.
Yeah, over here on the Red Alliance, Mike, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 specimens hanging, courtesy of 4654 Jellyfish. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Sharkbot continuing to fill up that high basket.
Saints into the sub again. Mayhem back to the observation zone. These teams have their patterns and strategy worked out. Looking for 5 specimens on the high chamber as we enter endgame.
You can see some great encouragement from Mayhem Green over there, trying to make sure all of their
15 seconds remaining. 233, 241, 185, advantage red.
It's going to be a very close game. It all comes down to the hangs here. Let's see how Sharkbot does. Are we going to get that hang in from Sharkbot? Yes, we will.
We always have to ask, is Saints up? And we generally get a thumbs up. 4 level 2 hangs for our teams in match number 54.
Alrighty, let's get the scores for qualification match 54. Push to the board.
54 says... that little cute ROV guy. 54 goes to the Red Alliance.
With a score of 279 to Blues 225.
Sharks maintains their hold on second position. Jellyfish slides up to 5th.
That will make Jellyfish an alliance captain.
Absolutely. Match number 55. It's time to meet those teams now on field number 1. On the Red Alliance, we've got the Sendy Sandstoners. That's team 13371. And they are paired up with, from Corning, New York, it's team 5484, your Enderbots.
And over here, another group of a team starting off from Portchester, New York with team 18, the Techno Chicks. And joining them from Hopewell Junction, New York, it's 16700, the J-Bots.
Pardon me.
Alrighty, we have 4 initialized robots. With that, Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue, oh. Good, all right. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Enderbots goes straight to the high chamber while Sendy sends 8 points into the high basket. 13-371 again goes up to the high basket with another sample they harvested off the floor. Jerry, blue side.
Over here we can see Techno Chicks in the low goal, still holding on to that element. Meanwhile, their alliance partner J-Bots has scored 2 specimens on that high bar.
Sendy went 3 for 3 on the samples they chose to approach. Enderbots came up just short. Switch of human players over here on the Red Alliance. That is legal within the game. Sendy and Enderbots switch positions for gameplay.
Back on the Blue Alliance, we can see J-Bots Robot Hydra scoring 2 in the high goal.
Sendy in and out of the sub real quick, grabbing red samples to bring to the Red Alliance. Enderbots on the far side is going to be looking for yellows or reds to put to the high basket.
Meanwhile, we can see Techno Chicks switching out with J-Bots as the scorer of their specimens, picking up specimens from their human player, scoring their 4th onto the high bar as we speak.
And watch out, blue is creeping up on red here. Yeah, 86-88. 2-point advantage to red. We'll see if it holds. No, 102-96. Lots of game left to play. Sendy sends 4 now to the upper specimen. Something comes off the Techno Chick spot over there, Jerry. Enderbots back into the sub to get a red sample. They're going to look to place that in the high basket. Looks like that'll be number 4 up there for them. Maybe the low basket. Looks like they're having an issue with their Viper slides, their belt-driven slides. They're going to play low basket and adapt.
Yeah, we can see over here on the Blue Alliance, Techno Chicks continuing to feed their human player additional samples, well as J-Bots fills up that high goal.
In the live
We do have, I don't know if you can see there, Techno Chicks appears to have lost one component of their gripper mechanism to the field. That will make it difficult for them to continue to pick up samples. No worries though, as we enter the end game, it is time for them to start hanging.
166-162. This is one of our closest matches of the day. It's going to come down to these ascents. We see Sendy up. They are capable of a 3rd level hang.
With just 5 seconds left in the game, let's see how these bots choose to spend it.
Just 2 happy bots there, Jerry, swinging away.
That's a level 2, a level 3, and a level 2. All right, let's get the scores for the previous match on the board. And survey says red wins with a score of 228 to Blues 181. That puts the Enderbots as the 8th seed. And 13371
Sendy Sandstoners
has the 9th seed. Alrighty, as we get ready for qualification match number 56, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from West Fulton, New York, it's team 27239, the West Fulton Firebots. And joining them from Rome, New York, team 27364, Battery Battalion.
Over here with me on the Blue Alliance, it's team 17222. It's Proda from Twin Tiers Christian. And from the Electric Mayhem Metro Complex in Buffalo, New York at the Nichols School, everything's mayhem all the time. It's 12, 7, 3, 7. Electric Mayhem White. But seriously, if you don't know, there's like 87 robotics teams at the Nichols School.
Wow.
Yeah. Larry lives there in the attic. They feed him once a month. It's kind of crazy.
Alrighty, and with that, I think we're just waiting for a couple more of our refs to trickle on over. And we'll be good to go. Oh, they're here. Great, we have enough. With that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready.
Scorekeepers are ready.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Proda comes alive, going to the high chamber with their first specimen. White drops off their first sample in the high basket.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we have West Fulton Firebots scoring 1 in the high basket, while Battery Battalion
waits for Teleop.
Really cool system we can see on West Fulton. Part of that transforming mechanism means that their entire linear slide system can pivot forward to also become their intake.
Lots of game left to play. 52-16 advantage blue in the early going as Mayhem White goes in for a neutral sample. They're going to take that up to the high basket. Proto scooting around the audience side, harvesting samples back to their human player, including that discarded specimen. They'll look to rescore that on the high chamber.
We can see over on the Red Alliance Battery Battalion working with their human player to attempt to pick up some specimens. They seem to just be hammering them down a little bit more onto the field wall. Hopefully that doesn't impede them picking it up too much. No, it does not look like it.
Proto in and out of the sub. One specimen on the high chamber, but they've got 4 more banked on the wall.
Meanwhile, the West Fulton Firebots continuing to score up in that high basket for the Red Alliance.
Electric Mayhem White comes in with their compliant wheels, deposits to their bucket. Bucket goes up, bucket just misses with that one sample that goes outbound. The human player can reintroduce it to play.
Back over on the Red Alliance, we can see 27364 using a tape measure drive system to actually push in and out on their linear slide mechanism. They have successfully set 3 specimens onto their ascent.
96-72, about a 20-point lead in favor of blue, give or take. 106 now, 40 seconds to play, 10 seconds to end game. 5 specimens on that high chamber from Proto.
West Fulton Firebots filling up that high chamber so far with 5 for the Red Alliance.
We've seen all 3 of these robots hang today, and we know Fulton can do its yoga up top, Jerry. Proto's got a 2, Mayhem's got a 2. We'll see what happens in these final 19 seconds.
Fulton's working their way up on their 3. You can see they got a little bit stuck there at the beginning. No worries though, Battery Battalion making their way over to attempt to hang.
They've got 8 seconds. It's looking like they're clearing it.
That's a level 3 for West Fulton. Appears to be a level 2 for Battery Battalion. And for qualification match number 56, blue wins with a score of 198 to Red's 155.
That moves Proto up into 10th place. They're knocking on the door of being an alliance captain or moving up into a captaincy. Mathematically, that is possible.
Alrighty, as we get ready for qualification match number 57, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance. From Scarsdale, New York, it's team 25707 Solar Flare. Joined from Scarsdale, New York by team 12331, the Scarsdale Robo Raiders.
We've got on the blue side. Sorry, go on the blue side. We've got team 6567. It's the Robo Raiders. Paired up with, and I hope there's no allergic reactions, it's 4957, the Metal Stingers.
All right, this is going to be a little confusing because we have Robo Raiders and Robo Raiders. I'm going to be referring to the Scarsdale Robo Raiders as Scarsdale for the purposes of this match. Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? What do you think? Blue Alliance is ready. Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Solar Flare takes their first sample up and into the basket. We know that they are capable of more than the 4 on the floor. We'll see if they go to the sub to harvest here in Autonomous.
Yeah, over here on the Blue Alliance, we can see Robo Raiders scoring 3 in the high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, FM Hornets, has parked.
Solar Flare has its first out of the sub. Can they get a second? They do. Can they score it? They do. Do we have 7? Can we get a 7-basket auto? Oh, they fell up just short. Really impressive work from Solar Flare. 119 to 87 as Scarsdale comes alive in Teleop.
We heard, I don't know if you could hear that over by you, Mike. There was quite the thunk out of Scarsdale's bot. Hopefully everything's okay internally. Meanwhile, Robo Raiders continuing to fill up that high basket while their alliance partner, 4957, FM Hornets, picks up some more specimens from their human player.
All of Solar Flare's finesse is down in the sub. Once they transfer internally, they're just rocking around a basket.
FTA Blue Alliance.
But they showed us a couple matches ago how effective they can be on organizing that high basket. We're now up to a 159-103 lead in favor of the Red Alliance. Scarsdale looking to start assembling samples into specimens inside their bot. Looks like they've got a stuck clip that's in the wrong orientation. I'm not sure if they can clear that out automatically or not.
Yeah, Mike, we can see over here, Robo Raiders spending a lot of time communicating with their human player doing all the path planning, what direction to turn, which element to go for, so their drivers can just focus on driving.
It's so impressive. Looks like Scarsdale has sorted themselves out. Hopefully they can get into action here on the chamber. Hasn't seen much play. Solar Flare is just going to town on this upper. Look at this, Jerry. It's basket v basket.
Yeah, very close there. That basket is filling up over here by the Robo Raiders. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 4957 FM Hornets, is currently unable to show motion. FTA is working with them as we speak.
We got one hanging out on the edge. It's going to fall down on top of me here. 215-133.
That is quite the basket over there. Look at that.
I'm overhearing the Solar Flare boys here talking to me. We can do one more.
25707 Solar Flare absolutely filling that to the brim, moving on to the lower basket. I think is the right move at this point in the game.
Here comes the hangs.
We can see the Robo Raiders are jockeying for position in there. That is one hang, level 2 from Solar Flare with 3 parked robots.
Parks from everybody else. Very good. 231-159.
Alrighty, let's get the scores for qualification match 57 on the board. And in match 57, Red wins with a score of 246 to Blues 222. Keeping 25707 Solar Flare as the number 3 ranked seed, and their alliance partner 12331 Scarsdale Robo Raiders moving up into the 14th place.
We're going to look at the Red Alliance here on match number 58. The Red Alliance is going to see team 4654, the Jellyfish, currently in 6th position, partner up with 22612. That's New Wave. Let's hear it for the Red Alliance.
And over here on the Blue Alliance from Burnt Hills, New York, we have team 7420, the Mecha Spartans. Joined today from Corning, New York by team 5356, TARDIS. And with that, it appears we have everybody here and everybody ready. So with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Good. Referees are ready, scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
New Wave and Jellyfish come on in. Jellyfish loses their preloaded specimen into the bottom of the submersible. Can they push one and retrieve one from their human player?
Over on the Blue Alliance, we can see TARDIS placing their first preload specimen, sweeping the remaining samples in the field back into their human player station, and then placing 2, possibly 3. Looks like 2 more specimens into their rail.
It's close as we come out of auto. 30-26. Blue?
All 4 bots in motion as we enter the teleop period. 7420, Mecha Spartans scoring in the high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 5356, TARDIS, attempting to recover that blue specimen that they had dropped earlier in the match.
Jellyfish moving on yellow neutral samples as they go up to the high basket for, yes, a 4th for the Red Alliance. New Wave, meanwhile, shepherding samples to their human player. Human player saying, I'm not in there. Turning them into specimens. Will they score them on the high chamber?
Interesting design we can see over on 5356, TARDIS's robot, that they are able to eject their way through multiple samples at a time until they find a color they like, and are then able to pick it up.
We've got New Wave back in the submersible looking for red samples to bring to their human player. as Jellyfish grabs another yellow sample. They're going to take it to the high basket. That basket is filling up 115 to 112. Now actually advantage red, 120, 115, 45 seconds to play.
Back on this side, we can see 74-20, Mecha Spartans continuing to score into that high goal, picking up those Alliance neutral samples from the center ascent module.
We've got 30 seconds to play here in endgame. Looking for New Wave to grab another red
As we enter
sample.
the endgame, New Wave in the ascent zone of the Blue Alliance.
New
Mecha
Wave
Spartans waiting
unfolds
for the
its
last couple
grippers.
seconds to begin their hang. TARDIS lining up for a hang. Beginning their hang. That appears to be 2 level 2 hangs from the Blue Alliance.
Look at the teleop score, 146, 143.
At least 1 level 2 hang from
This
the Red
is
Alliance.
this is where those fouls could have everything hanging in the balance.
That is level 2 hangs all around, I'm hearing from the refs.
We're going to look for scores from 58.
And for match number 58, Blue wins with a score of 203 to Red's 181. Alrighty, as we get set up for qualification match 59, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Suffern, New York, it's team 7486, Suffern Robotics. And joining them, another Hudson Valley team from Warwick, New York, it's 21580 Warwick Wildcats. Over here on the Blue Alliance, hailing from way up north at Potsdam, New York, it's 13371 Cindy Sandstoners. And joining them from Clinton, New York, it is team 6347 Nerds of a Feather. Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance still ready? Blue Alliance ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
3 of 4 bots alive. Suffern comes into park for 3 points as Wildcats goes up to drop their first sample up in the high basket. They go for a second. They retrieve it. Can they transfer and score?
Over here on the Blue Line, Cindy Sandstoners placing their preloaded sample. Unfortunately missing their second attempt at a sample grab, but they are parked. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 6347 Nerds of a Feather, has no motion. We'll see them again during teleop. At the start of the driver control period, we have motion on all 4 robots. 13371 Cindy Sandstoners making their way back to their human player in order to pick up another specimen, while their alliance partner, 6347 Nerds of a Feather, is working to set up a high goal shot.
Suffern's bringing its lift down with its active intake to grab this sample. I think they're going to look to go score it in the backfield, or the front field, as it were, on the Red Alliance. Basket play, anyhow, as Wildcats goes up for now their third basket score, 35 to 24 to the Red Alliance early in this match.
Nerds of a Feather appears to have suffered a disconnect. We have the FTAs working with them right now. Not to worry, though, their alliance partner, 13371 Cindy Sandstoners, continuing to rack up points, scoring a specimen on that high bar.
Suffern over here acting as a bit of a harvest bot, setting up the Wildcats to score as kind of a handoff, a 1-2 handoff from bot to bot. Great teamwork on the Red Alliance.
At this point in the score, we are at 59-44, favoring the Red Alliance. Not to worry, though, plenty of time left in the game.
Another handoff from Suffern over to Wildcat. They've got a nice tempo and exchange going on. Wildcats grabs it on their dual gripper. Suffern harvests first with their active intake. Wildcat decides to go out to the sub for one more.
13371, Cindy Sandstoners placing their third specimen, moving their way around Nerds of a Feather to attempt their level 3 hang.
And we could see them put a pretty efficient 30 points up on the board. We'll see what
Potsdam
happens.
appears once again, Suffern once again suffering from those issues.
Yeah, when Suffern's
with the
dialed
team
in
member.
over there, Jerry, it works just beautifully. Really nice to see. Oh, and Cindy did not ascend. on that one, unfortunately. That'll be a level 1.
All
What
right,
a
with
game.
that, I believe we have scores for match 59. Let's get those on the board. And in qualification match number 59, Red wins with a score of 113 to Blues 57, 113-57. That leaves Suffern as well as Warwick as 15th and 16th ranked, respectively.
We're going to start setting the stage here on match number 60. Match number 60 on the Red Alliance from Albany Academies. We're going to see team 4809. It's Botman. And the Botman is going to pair with the Enderman because it is team 5484. It's the Enderbots, straight out of Minecraft. If you saw that trailer, Jerry, there's a new Minecraft movie coming out with Jack Black soon.
Yeah, over here on the Blue Alliance from Breezeport, New York, we have team 17222 Perota.
Those kids are sneaky. Those sneaky Proto kids.
And joining them from Penfield, New York, it's 6996 Oncoming Storm.
I love their hats.
Those are nice hats.
good
And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping's ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, 3 bots in motion. 5484, the Enderbots scoring their first specimen from a preload, setting up 2 more, 3 more.
Proto having mixed results with their first specimen. We'll see if they can get their second on the high chamber. Oncoming Storm scored 1 sample to the basket, but missed their second. We'll have to see if they can harvest or push. No, they're going to push 1 more into the net zone. That will score. Nice job.
Wow, what an auto from 5484, the Enderbots.
They've been working hard on that all week.
Indeed, very impressive. We've seen that actually get better over the course of the day. They've been working on that continuously over at the practice fields.
Oncoming Storm cross grips a sample, brings it up to the high basket. 8 points for the Blue Alliance. They're going to go back to the sub to harvest some more. Proto making quick work of a harvest of blue samples for their human player, each one to be converted to a specimen for high chamber hangs.
We can see over here on the Red Alliance 5484 Enderbots continuing to set up those specimens. Meanwhile, Botman filling up that high goal.
Looks like Oncoming Storm has really done a nice job with the iteration and design of their geared gripper fingers here. You'll see it reach in and just kind of pluck right off the bottom of the submersible, rotate up into position. Little contact there with Enderbots, all within measure, all within bounds on the rules.
We can see heading back to the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance currently has 5 specimens on their high bar and 3 more ready to go. Good communication between the human player and that drive team over at the Enderbots on getting those picked up and placed on the bar.
If I don't miss my guess, Proto's now got 6 specimens. This is the first of 6 ready to go on the high chamber. That could be worth 60 points. Actually, it looks like they have more at this point. Look for a late surge in scoring from the Blue Alliance.
Really interesting to see, again, that strategy of kind of pre-setting, taking the first half of your game to build as many specimens as possible, and then real fast cycles, as opposed to having to wait for your human player to build them all.
Lots of 3D printing on this Oncoming Storm bot as we enter endgame, but also some strategic deployment of bungee cords.
Yeah, that's a really neat mechanism. Entering the endgame here, we were at 192-180 favoring red. With 15 seconds left in the match, we'll see robots begin to hang. 69-96, Proto beginning their bungee cord assisted hang. Botman lining up for their hang.
Proto's got 1 more specimen in the tank. They're going to slip around the corner and come park.
Enderbots attempting a park. That is a good park for Enderbots, as well as a level 2 hang for Botman. We do have the scores from the last match. Let's get those on the board. And in match number 60, Red wins with a score of 228 to Blues 218. That moves 5484, the Enderbots, into our number 5 seed, while their alliance partner 4809, Botman, moves up to 17th. Heading back over to Field 1 for qualification match 61.
69-55, Robovines checks in from Ballston Spa, New York, in these sharp, sharp suits. They are I'm pretty sure they're mooing now, Jerry.
I think they have some fans here.
They're leaning in. They are paired with the Saints from Binghamton, New York at 64-54.
Over here on the Red Alliance, we have team 16700 J-Bots. And their 1,000-yard stale mascot. Joined by team 8397 Beta, our current #1 ranked seed. Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, Saints, Robovines, thumbs up, excellent.
Referees.
Scorekeepers, we've got it, Jerry.
All right, we're good to go. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match, all 4 bots in motion. 8397 Beta immediately scoring in that high goal, while their teammates 16700 J-Bots scoring their first specimen on that high bar.
Robovines comes in for their first wall-mounted specimen. They grab it with their 3D printed gripper, take it to the high chamber, come up just short. That's going to lay on the bottom of the submersible. And their human player, Ethan, keeps his hands out of there for any penalties. 4 seconds to go, a good park for Robovines. We'll see what happens in Teleop.
We can see over here, J-Bots had placed a second specimen on there.
Look at these scores.
Real close.
91-87, 4-point game as we start. Let's go. Robovines shepherding all of their floor samples in, returning to the submersible. We'll see if they can grab that specimen. It's already been converted, so they can save a little bit of time repositioning it. We've got Saints going to the high basket with their ever-effective yellow specimen gripper. Robovines harvest another sample out of the floor. We have now 5 specimens racked and stacked. A little bit of contact there with the J-Bots. Robovines making J-Bots think better of it. They swing around the side, Jerry.
We can see J-Bots now attempting to feed up to that high basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 8397 Beta, doing the classic strategy we've seen today, kind of getting all of those specimens prepared and ready to go for that last little bit of the round.
GorillaBots is having to work out a little bit of geometry here with their intake, making sure they can address the wall.
We can see over here, J-Bots has a sample lodged inside of their slide. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved. We're going to see if they're going to be able to use Beta to remove that bot, or if they could just shake it out. But that may put them out of the match.
These human players on both sides need to make sure they don't have contact with specimens while the robots are in zone. There we go from the Robovines. We now get a 3rd specimen. We're headed for the chambers. 115 to 117. This is crazy.
This is a very close match. Oh my goodness. We have Beta starting to rack up those specimens that were built earlier in the match. Meanwhile, J-Bots seems to have been relegated to a hang-only robot as we enter the end game here.
Robovines has 3 more, 1 on the floor, 2 on the wall. Something snapped off of Beta's gripper. I think their gripper is, yep.
I have a feeling this round
Give it up for these teams, folks. Give it up for these teams.
This round is going to come down exclusively to the hangs at the end of this match. Oh my goodness.
Robovines is going to park.
83-97 making it up.
Beta's
to
up.
a level 2 hang.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that might make a difference there.
All right, if we could please, let's have that match 61 score. Match 61 from the scorekeepers. Push it to the big screens. We'll call that one out.
And for match number 61,
we see a win for the Blue Alliance.
With a score of 208 to Reds 155. 69-55, Robovines moving up to the number 8th seed. Well, 64-54, Saints Robotics moves up to the 19th slot. Entering qualification match number 62, let's meet our teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance from Tulsa, New York, it's team 8863 Precision Cut-Ups. Joined by Watkins Glen, New York, team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown. Over on the Blue Alliance from Port Chester, New York, it's team 18, the Techno Chicks. And finally from Rome, New York, it's team 27364 Battery Battalion.
Charge up. This is last gameplay for all 4 of these teams to polish their resumes.
Alrighty, and with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? We need a scoring ref. We have a scoring ref. We have a senior ref. Referees, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
It's like a migration of zebras as the referees all come over.
The run of the referees.
Techno Chicks goes to the high chamber, loses their specimen inside, decides to go for a hang that doesn't really count for any points. But you hung an auto. That's good. Good for you.
Over on the Red Alliance, 12833. Mechanical Meltdown placing their first specimen while their alliance partner picks up a blue sample.
It's a little bit late in the day.
We seem to have some colorblind drivers in the house today.
These robots are getting tired. 87-0, Red out with a commanding lead. We'll see how the blue team responds. Battery Battalion and Techno Chicks, number 18.
We can see a Mechanical Meltdown setting up some more specimens for later in the match. Well, their alliance partner, 8863 Precision Cut-Ups, fills up that high basket.
We've got Techno Chicks coming back to the observation zone. Good communication like they've had all day, trying to figure out what's going on either with their gripper or their lift. They're trying to pitch up and get a specimen, trying to diagnose it in real time. They open up their gripper claw. I think they might go play a net zone game, or they're going to feed Battery Battalion for easier grabs so Battalion can score to the high basket. Good pivot.
All right, heading back over to the Red Alliance Precision Cut-Ups, 12833. Sorry, Mechanical Meltdown, 12833, working hard to fill up those specimens while their alliance partner, Precision Cut-Ups, 8863, fills up that high basket.
Techno Chicks harvests a yellow neutral sample, feeding it over to Battalion. They've got now 3 ready for Battalion. They're having a little bit of difficulty getting it oriented to their gripper. They want to score that in the high basket. 8 points each for those.
We can hear some great communication happening between the driver coaches on both sides, both alliances, as we enter the end game. Our scores heading into the end game, 153 for red, 16 for blue.
We were joking at the beginning of this match, Jerry, about it being some tired robots and tired kids. It has been a long day. This is the 8th match. The robots may be a little loose in the joints. Mechanical Meltdown over there on your side. Techno Chicks here.
That's a beautiful level 2 hang for 8863 Precision Cut-Ups. Mechanical Meltdown attempting a hang. Their remote seems to have disconnected. Let's see if they'll park.
I think Battalion was trying different rungs just to see what happens.
Yeah, they were trying there, but they couldn't quite get that arm up fast enough. We have the scores qualification match number 62. Let's get those pushed to the board now. And in qualification match 62, Red wins with a score of 188 to Blues 40. That moves 8863 Precision Cut-Ups to the number 5 slot, and 12833 Mechanical Meltdown to the number 18 spot. All right, as we get set up for a qualification match number 63, let's meet our teams. Starting with the Blue Alliance from Mamaroneck, New York, it's team 14903 Sharkbots. And joining them in the Blue Alliance from Corning, New York, it's team 5485 Gorilla Bots. Over on the Red Alliance from Buffalo, New York, it's team 12737 Electric Mayhem White. And from Cross River, New York, in the red square, it's team 20203 Vulcan Robotics. Alrighty, and after good lucks have been exchanged all around, with that, Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Referees are ready. Scorekeeping is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Start of the match. All 4 robots in motion. 12737 Electric Mayhem White scoring their preloaded sample in that high goal. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Vulcan Robotics scoring their preloaded sample on the high bar.
GorillaBots takes their second sample for a ride, but scores the third one. Fourth off the floor. Yep, they go 3 for 4 to the high basket. SharkBots goes back for another specimen, 4 out of 5. Let's see if they can send the last one home.
Vulcan.
And they do.
Vulcan getting very close there, but not quite getting that third specimen on that bar.
SharkBots in on sample play to the high basket. GorillaBots harvesting blue samples to their human player. We know they're going to bank them on the wall. SharkBots looking for a return to their the way they've been all day, really. Just so steady out of the submersible. How are things on red, Jerry?
We can see over on the Red Alliance, Vulcan Robotics descoring one of their pre-scored specimens. Hopefully they're able to get that reattached in just a moment. Attempting to bucket a Alliance neutral sample, but they are blocked by their Alliance partner.
SharkBots, we are now up to, I think we're coming up on 8 or 9 samples in the high basket. Little tussle there between Vulcan and Sharks. Nothing untoward, all part of the game. Mayhem White reaching across too, mixing it up with GorillaBots on the far side. Notably, Jerry, these bots have been healthy all day long, too. They need to stay that way into eliminations. GorillaBots now with 6 on the high chamber. It looks like they've got another 6 banks ready to go.
Indeed, we can see over on the Red Alliance, Electric Mayhem White continuing to fill up that high chamber. Not quite as many. They have 7 up there right now. Going for an 8th. You can see those LEDs on the side are actually denoting when they are in contact and ready to go. They have a whisker switch in their outtake mechanism.
Uncharacteristic here on SharkBots, they've got a stuck sample inside their chassis. GorillaBots still going to town on their chamber
FTA
samples.
to SharkBots. FTA to SharkBots.
GorillaBots going very, oh my goodness.
What a recovery there.
That was crazy. Oh, SharkBots recovers. Can they score it? Can they hang?
We can see Vulcan is parked. We have 3 robots jockeying for positions to hang. That is a level 2 hang from Electric Mayhem White.
Oh my goodness.
And level 2 hangs.
This right here, 1, 2, 3.
I don't know if you saw on those middle 2 there, they did a full 360 before settling in that position after they released. Let's get these scores for qualification. 63 on the board. And in qualification match number 63, Blue wins with a score of 330 to Red's 156, keeping SharkBots in number 1 seed and moving GorillaBots up to the number 9 seed. Alrighty, and now we are at qualification match number 64 out of 64. I can't believe we made it this far over the last 2 days. Thank you for putting up with my voice for so long. With that, let's meet our teams for the final match of the first section of our competition. From Cross River, New York, it's team 10949 Mob. And joining them in the Red Alliance from West Fulton Road is the West Fulton Firebots, team 27239. Over on the Blue Alliance from Buffalo, New York, it's team 12736, Electric Mayhem Green. And finally from Peekskill High School, it's team 4243, the Peekskill Iron Devils. And with that, Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance. Woo. We're gonna give Blue Alliance a minute to reset that. One, 2, 7, 3, 6 started a little bit early there. No worries though. We're gonna have them restart. We'll be good to go. With that, Red Alliance, are we ready?
Blue Alliance, are we ready?
Referees.
Scorekeeper?
All right, with that, let's get match number 64, full stack of matches.
We made it.
Set off in 3, 2, 1.
Mayhem Green comes to the high chamber with their preloaded specimen.
Ooh, start of the match, we can see 10949 Mob and West Fulton Firebots not communicating super well about which auto they were going to be using, both attempting that goal. We're hearing from West Fulton they are actually unable to stop their auto because they won't zero back out between auto and teleop if they force stop their autonomous.
Okay, got it.
We're going to see if we can get those bots free. Yes, we have. 10949 is free. How's the Blue Alliance doing?
43-0 here, 51 now. Devils has come alive. They're playing the high basket game. They sample those yellow neutral game pieces as the Electric Mayhem Green player is starting to bank specimens on the wall. Mayhem Green bot goes back to the bottom of the specimen, or the submersible that is, to get more samples.
We get an FTA over for the Red Alliance 10949.
42-43 looking for another yellow neutral to score in the high basket. 8 points for the Blue Alliance once they do. Electric Mayhem Green now with 5 banked specimens ready to go to the high chamber when the time is right.
We have over here 27239 West Fulton Firebot scoring their first specimen for the Red Alliance. It appears they're going to be acting on their own for the rest of this match.
Good communication, as always, from Mayhem Green here. Human player calling out their times. 59-10. We are under a minute.
Right now, we are at 30-59 favoring blue, with West Fulton Firebots rapidly closing that gap as they rack up the rest of those specimens.
Mayhem Green feeds off of their human player from the wall. They go to the high chamber, score another 10 points for the Blue Alliance. 79-40. That's endgame.
As we enter the end game here, it appears the mob has come back to life. Let's see if we can get them in a hang.
This is our final qualification match of 64. We've got now 17 seconds. Can Mob get off the ground?
West Fulton attempting to yoga themselves up. However, I hear some grinding. Hopefully everything's going okay for them as we end this match. That is a level 3 hang from West Fulton.
There it is. 27-39, third level ascent, just beautiful to see.
By far our most reliable.
We know that's going to give the Red Alliance 30 points. They've got 40 on the raw. That puts them at 70. Toss in a couple fouls, something else. Who knows where this is going to go?
This is going to be a really close match. All right, we have these scores for qualification match 64 going up to the board. And in match number 64, Blue wins with a score of 124 to Red's 78.
Let's give a hand for these kids, folks.